governance problems. I've been working in this space for a while, and I'm really, really honored to be here today to moderate this discussion and support and celebrate all of the great work of Humane Intelligence and my friend Ramon and her entire team who have done such a great job building up this organization. Today, we're here to talk about cross-sector collaboration for AI safety and governance. And I'm really honored to be joined here by a very distinguished group of cross-sector leaders to share in this discussion with me. And we were all getting introduced, behind that panel a little bit earlier and agreeing that we all have very complicated last names that we're struggling to pronounce for one another, particularly on limited sleep and traveling all over the world. So we're going to be referring to one another on a first name basis for the purpose of this discussion. But as each of you kick off your opening statements or remarks as we get this discussion going, please do say your full name so that everyone can hear you pronounce it in full. And I think you'll all be glad that we do this. So anyways, let's get it started. We're here in Paris. We're talking about cross-sector collaboration. The Action Summit is really all about bringing together stakeholders from every sector of the economy, of society. And it's a different tone, right, than some of the previous summits that we've had on AI governance, AI safety. And I think it's important as we're here talking about governance and all of this stuff that, getting aligned on definitions, aligning perspectives on definitions is very important. And so I'd love to hear from each of you. The AI Safety Summit, we have the AI Summit in Seoul, here's the AI Action Summit. Where are we going next, and how can we promote and really foster more alignment around shared definitions for what we're talking about when we're talking about AI governance? What can we do to help sort of bring these perspectives together and work across sectors to align those viewpoints, those perspectives to really make progress here? I don't know if anyone wants to start. Paulina, great, thanks.
Hello, my name is Polina Zvagina, so that's the hard name number one. I lead a lot of our AI policy efforts at Meta. You might know our model called Llama 3, and it is our open source model, and we also make a lot of other technologies available through open source or through other open licenses. Um, Okay, so when we start to talk about AI safety, I think over the last year, AI safety has replaced some of the language on responsible AI, and it got a little convoluted, and it got complicated, and therefore, it's just like this big umbrella term. So I think the future of AI safety is that we really are going to try to understand what we really mean. So our, of course, public position on frontier safety and how we treat frontier risks are addressed in a framework that we published on Monday, our Frontier AI framework. And that really talks about just like the biggest critical harm spaces and things that national security is very focused on right now. But of course, we know that AI safety goes significantly beyond that. So the things that I'm really focused on this year and that our company is focused on this year is on AI adoption. And as Ramon said, now these models are so commonplace and going to be adopted by many, many businesses. It has the opportunity to grow GDP in the next 10 years by 10%, some say. And so I think it's really important for us to start thinking about AI safety as it relates to individual use cases. So AI for medical practitioners is going to look different than AI safety for finance. AI safety for government is going to look different than AI safety for technologists. And each one of us will have to define what it means at the end state of what we mean and what we want our models to be able to do and what we don't want them to do. So I think as we are thinking about AI safety going forward, we're going to be really focused on examples and case studies and making sure that, as Ramon just showed in the programs that her team is running, that every team who is going to be using models to advance their specific purposes can have tools to make sure that they can test for the types of issues that are most concerning to them. And I think the other part is that, especially from an open source perspective, it's really important that the models are adopted on a global scale so that also AI safety is defined individually by different languages, different countries, different governments, and that it's not always happening in one group. And so as the models get adopted by a particular language, then they can define what safety means for them, which is why the global consortium of AI safety institutes is so important right now.
Hello, my name is Ditte Bjerregaard. I'm the acting Danish tech ambassador. And we founded the tech diplomacy as part of our broader foreign policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 8 years ago. So it's amazing for us to be here today and see that the thoughts we had then of the need of thinking diplomacy in new ways and course cutting with industry, academia and civil society to be here. And maybe also please let me start with thanking Humane Intelligence for being here in Paris and very much in the spirit of the summit, delivering action to the global dialogue and delivering capacity. But maybe before the rest of the panel gets more specific into safety, I would like to start with maybe a more foreign policy or diplomatic approach to it, because AI being this very transformative and foundational technology has really moved into the center of geopolitics. And there's this question, is the risk of the technology in itself seen as more dangerous than the risk of the competitor in this race? And what's been really interesting is that we see both developments, and we have actually managed to have governance of the AI developing despite of what we experience geopolitically. From the Bleachley Declaration to Seoul, to the UN. Now we have the Global Digital Compact, and where we have seen this move also from being very much founded in managing the risks clearly enough. This is our job as diplomats, as governments, that we have to address these, but also more and more moving into direction of the potential. And I think this is very much the task in front of us here in Paris, also to move ahead on the actionable side. And this needs governance structures, of course, standards, what is safety, different types of safety. It needs oversight mechanisms, of course, but they are actually developing. The question is, of course, as this technology is moving so fast, the actors are different. This is very much driven by the tech companies, that we need to use the structures we have, but we also need to think in new ways of collaborating. This is what we are born out of in the tech diplomacy. And also understanding that this is moving so fast that structures alone and standards would not do it. We need to not only have a common understanding, but also have more common knowledge and capacity globally. And that's what I really admire Humane Intelligence also bringing this to the table, to the global table. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Serafina, Nico, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to maybe pivot a little bit, unless you have something specifically to add about this. And I'll put this to you, Nico, talking about global governance structures, right? One of the big questions that I think a lot of people have, and one of the hot topics of conversation throughout this week and generally has been, what existing mechanisms, structures do we have that can actually solve some of the challenges that are posed by AI, these global challenges? Are they fit for purpose? How do they need to change? And what role does this new network of AI safety institutes or these global summits really play in achieving that goal?
Well, good Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Paris. Bienvenue. I'm one of the Frenchmen in the room, and welcome to Paris. It's great to have you here. It's great to bring very many different perspectives around that complicated questions. I'm the CEO of Prism Eval, a firm that I founded in 2014, an AI policy think tank. Oh. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Bienvenue. C'est Paris ici. So I'm one of the few French people in the room. Very happy to have so many very different perspectives to address that very complicated topic. Very happy to host the summit here in Paris after Bletchley Park in Seoul, and looking forward to seeing where it will go next. For those who don't know me, my full name is Nicolas Miaille, one of the complicated last names, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Prism Eval, a Paris-based eval organization, and we specialize and we have developed a behavior elicitation technology, and we're starting to measure. So we are in the business of metrology innovation, and we're trying to develop new metric to understand in the context of deployment how these complex artifacts that large models are stochastic in nature, how they behave. And so we are developing this behavioral technology, and we are releasing a first leaderboard to compare how most of the state-of-the-art models behave when confronting what we call malicious instruction, which is something that our kids, that criminals could be tempted to do. Some people suffer from addiction, for example, and how they are going to relate to these artifacts to elicit things that may not be so good for them. It's another problem that is running parallel to another huge one that we are discussing this morning, which is bias mitigation. They overlap, but they're different. And that's one of the things we're starting to address. Before that, I was very involved in governance of AI. I founded the Future Society back in 2014, and I've been one of the proponents of institutional innovation for global governance. To address your question head on, I want you to leave the room this morning, after all these sessions, from my side, with two concepts. One in institutional innovation, and the other one is metrological innovation. You see ties things I've been doing for the past 10 years. I've been proposing since 2017 that we build a global governance of AI regime complex as a complex interweaving of norms with the first cornerstone, which should be an IPCC for AI. I started writing about that in 2017 or 2018 because I believe that the polarization around the epistemics, around the dynamics of AI is so brutal that we need to be able to rally around common understanding, common definition. Is AGI around the corner, or is it for never? What the heck do we mean by AGI, by the way? So these things being science-centric, science-driven, base of matter of fact to drive evidence-based policy making, a lot of hot words, but they're important, is going to be crucial. And I'm very happy that at Bletchley Park, we started to kick off that process, entrusting Joshua Benjo with a report that is inspired with this method of IPCC-ish for AI. I hope this will continue. This is very important. This is just one building block. Metrology innovation. As I said, we are facing innovation dynamics where we're putting at the center of our tables stochastic systems that are not easy to interpret and almost impossible to interpret. And we are growing them and deploying them over more and more agentic pipelines, lacking fundamental understanding of how they operate and lacking the way to explain them. And so much like when we have confronted in the past the fact of dealing with big black boxes at the center of our social contracts, such as the human brain or human body that we do not understand, and inventing processes of clinical trials to try and reconcile the need for innovation to cure cancer with the need to respect human body and mind. And so I really think that these new forms of metrology and trying to define new metrics to understand these artifacts without anthropomorphizing them, we understand that those who develop these models need to instruct them in a way that they are finally appearing to us as conversational agents, creating this spiral of potential misunderstanding in terms of what they really are. There are different artifacts, different models, and we should really, including how we build those metrology approaches, refrain from anthropomorphization. And finally, at this intersection between institutional innovation and metrological innovation, we need to be able to cooperate more. The network of AI Safety Institute that is emerging is a wonderful tool to do just that. What I at times worry a little bit about is the temptation to over-institutionalize a process, meaning we have a network. Do we need an international organization of AI Safety Institute? Maybe or maybe not. I mean, you feel the wind from the US right now? You think that such an institution would be backed? If we lower down the threshold of what we're expecting from international cooperation to something which is extremely functional and focuses on things which might look a bit boring, but which are damn important, we might achieve better results than asking for a constitution for the world or an international safety organization, because we have no agreement and understanding of what we mean by AI safety, by AI ethics, by AI development, and we have to address the needs of the global majority.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Yeah, being from the US, I can fully appreciate those comments. So metrological innovation, institutional innovation, but no global constitution, not too much institutional innovation in a way that gets over the top. Serafina, you are a leader in AI safety, lead AI safety at Cohere. How do you think about all of this, these global organizations, how they're organized, how they relate to one another? Share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, so I have another of the complicated last names. I'm Serafina Goldfarb-Tarrant. I lead the engineering and science team for safety at Cohere, where we build, so I basically just build foundation models with safety in mind. Yeah, so it was interesting hearing you talk about metrological innovation, because at least as far as like a huge amount of what these global institutions are doing is some type of evaluation of some type, right? And I think it's tricky, right? Because to some extent we need metrological innovation, but to some extent we just need metrological rigor, like that has of like a huge amount of these things are not innovation. They're not like sexy growth words. It's like we have known lots of ways to do evaluation that we're not currently using. Like there's, you know, huge amounts of fields, usually from social sciences, which I am not in, but I try to take as much as possible from like conceptualization and operationalization of harms and from like validity of your metrics. And I see almost none of that actually in any of the current evaluations around. It's like most people can't tell me what actual harm they're conceptualizing if it's someone external to my company. You know, like as in if I'm evaluating something, I'm trying to make sure that my model is not going to screw over like large minority groups when someone deploys it in an HR application, something like that, or is not going to be able to accidentally create a bunch of insecure code when someone's using it as a, like those are super different types of harms, but all matter, or that someone can't use it to generate malware, which is more the sort of thing that you're talking about, yeah? And so like I have a conceptualized harm that I'm trying to predict. And I feel like we'll need a bunch of innovation because a bunch of things like agentic systems are going to be very complicated to evaluate. But I think we also need like some amount of looking backwards and being like, people have done this before and they have thought about it, and we should ground it in it and not like I make jokes a lot that like machine learning every year like reinvents an existing field. Yeah, so which I feel like as yeah, I can make that joke because it's from the community I am in, but shade on us for sure. Yeah, so I think we definitely need a lot of that. Yeah, and as far as the sort of like global AI safety institutes, I feel like people are one of my big things from noticing interacting with the various ones in different countries is that I feel like they're not playing to their strengths as much as they can. So like a lot of my interactions with AI safety institutes, they're sort of trying to do what my team does already. Like I have a team of engineers and scientists who I have hired specifically for their ability to train models well, for their ability to evaluate models well, for their ability to synthetically generate data, all of those sorts of things. And those sorts of things can be helpful for someone else. But what I don't have is I don't have people who are really experts in like behavioral testing often, or people who are experts in the way people spread misinformation, or people who are experts in, you know, like exactly, you know, how different like people spread viruses and stuff like that. Like all of the sort of verticals of someone misusing a model or something along those lines, or even just like widespread subtle societal harm. I don't have experts because those are sort of like those are much bigger fields, right? They're huge fields of people who focus in those things, and I can't hire them all because I'm like, you know, my team is like 6 people. So, and I feel like to some extent, but these institutes have like connections, like one of the big things they have is connections to lots of different types of people and NGOs and government and lots of stuff like that. So they have the ability to tap into that sort of thing more than I do. And so I feel like there's like my big thing about what there is compared to, I don't know, when I first started getting into like responsible AI type stuff like 8 years ago or so, compared to back then, there's like a consensus that like something should be done. And I'm pro that, like, that's great that you're no longer walking into a room and being like, guys, you should care about this. And people are like, what are you talking about? So we've progressed beyond that, which is really nice, even though none of us agree what it is. And I think we won't, and that's fine. But as long as you're in the room talking about it. So all of the AI safety institutes do, and governance structures do have that. And I think that's really helpful because it also does create market pressure. Like it means that like our clients are more aware of it than they would have been previously. And that matters to me, right? It gives me more like, I am in this because I want to make safer models, but it matters if someone externally is asking for it, that's great. Like that's really helpful. But I think there's a really big missed opportunity in that people are going for the like, oh, we're going to do like the sexy machine learning thing. And it's like, we kind of have that covered. Could you give us like domain knowledge of the way that information disperses and knowledge of the way that these, or even just collaborate with us on working that out, since I know some of it's new because, LLMs still haven't been around for that long.
All that. Thank you so much. I'm going to point out something that you said and then just sort of asked everybody to share their thoughts about it. This is really at the crux of like why we're here, right? It was a big theme of what Ruman mentioned at the beginning of the event. How do we bring in these different perspectives, areas of expertise, domains, to improve these systems that we are all using and that are being proliferated around the world? How are you, Nico, and Paulina, maybe specifically, sort of like, where has this worked really well? I mean, you're saying, Serafina, like what's old is we need to leverage the expertise that we have in fields that aren't just, fancy, sexy machine learning. How does Meta think about that? How do you integrate the perspectives of behavioral scientists, of anthropologists, of ethnographers, all of these folks whose perspective is really, really valuable and important, particularly as we're thinking about building AI that works for everyone?
Such a good question. So I'm going to talk about two things that we do, but there's of course more. One is external feedback. So we have multiple mechanisms by which we work with organizations to collect information from all of the different fields. And I'm just going to highlight a couple that I work very closely with and that I love. So the Partnership on AI has been doing AI for a long time, and it is one of the organizations. It's an umbrella organization that defies any kind of definition, because they have industry and academia and civil society embedded within, and focus on topics that are crucial to the AI space at any given moment. And then it is highly research based. And so what I really love about Partnership on AI and the work that we've done, for example, on synthetic media, is how deeply integrated all of the different groups were in developing the synthetic media framework and then testing it. And if you go on the PAI synthetic media website right now, you'll see that we have published dozens of case studies from the different organizations who took that framework, applied it, and are able to test it and say, well, this is how the framework was helpful. These are the things we didn't anticipate that the framework would bring up for us. These are the ways in which we had to change how we applied the framework. And then, of course, now that the 2-year anniversary of the framework is coming about, PAI is going to publish their overall findings on what the case studies brought about and do changes to the framework as they see fit. So one of the ways in which, and that's just one organization, a more recent organization that we've been a part of is the FMF. And FMF is also another organization that are mostly industry that is all building frontier models. And that is a place where we're looking at very large systemic harms and trying, as Serafina said, predict what are the things that people are going to be most concerned with and that the governments are more concerned with, and in general apply to all large models. And then how can we apply the learnings from FMF and figure out approaches that address those harms from an ecosystem perspective, from a model perspective, from a product perspective, and from a framework perspective, like what can be done. And so organizations like that have been really helpful in bringing in those perspectives. We at Meta also do a lot of different styles of roundtables. So we have our privacy roundtable work that we do. We have AI expert roundtable where we pull in expertise from people in the industry and not in the industry across the field so that we can do and create systematic approaches to what Serafina is describing. And then lastly, the overall kind of governance work that we do that's more global, where we have a lot of programs where we're trying to understand what are the consumers most concerned with the technology, and then how are we going to actually apply the things that people are concerned with to our AI assistants and things like that that we're deploying in the wild that are not just our open source models. And then secondly, Chloe, to your point about what are existing ways that we can look to governance, I think open source very much is an answer, because you release a model and then you have many different people deploying the model, testing the model, writing about the model, finding issues with the model. And that creates a really virtuous cycle of, first of all, everyone highlighting issues that they think are most important about LLMs, or we have a lot of natural language models that are out in the wild as well. And what are the things that need to be addressed from a model perspective? What needs to be addressed at the system layer? What mitigations need to be put in place at end use cases? And so each one of those, the open source itself often winds up being a really crucial way by which we create better and safer AI as a community. And right now, Llama, for example, has been downloaded 800 million times and has thousands of use cases across the world. And in each one of those use cases, and then there's a lot of derivative models from Llama as well. And in many of those, people are publishing and writing what it is that they found in Llama that didn't work for them, and they changed it for their specific end use. And that has been really helpful.
Maybe to add quickly to that, the people out there are worried. They are losing trust in big corporations. They are losing trust in governments. And so why it's important that these AI Safety Institute boards develop a way to collaborate with the industry, but also to hold them accountable over what Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said, I think in a good way as a politician back at Bletchley Park, is you do not grade your own homework, which is the metaphor you had put forward, which I think is quite good. So having a network of international institutions that are not necessarily regulators, that are trying to invent the metrology, the best practices in a way which is collaborative with the industry, inclusive of civil society, to put in place the conditions to create the right kind of independent evaluation, measurement, as a way to advance innovation in a trustworthy way, is really important. And in a way that is building on science, moving towards standards, not too fast, not too aggressively, vis-a-vis what and how the industry should self-organize. And add to this layer of internal, like what Serafina is doing, is really important. We need people empowered within these companies to do AI safety. That's self-governance. We also need third-party evaluators. That's the kind of thing that we can do. And I think we really need also a kind of governance, if not regulatory backstop, auditing ecosystem. And that network is trying to build that at scale in a way that international cooperation is baked in at the core without overstepping on the need for pluralism, for example. We don't have the same political systems. For example, here in France, we believe in the need to prevent hate speech. We have limits to freedom of expression. And so respecting that diversity, and at the same time moving towards common grounds in terms of metrology and some of the best practices to address these big and complex stochastic systems that are so difficult to evaluate and understand.
Please.
Just a short follow-up, because I think what you said about losing trust is very key. And I think what we have seen is that the public rollout out of ChatGPT made this technology move from the basement of the engineers to national politics, even to the UN Security Council, in the shortest time I have experienced ever in this field, working with it for some years. So we both have the hype, the promise of it will solve all the SDGs, and we have the scare that it's an existential threat. Now here we have discussed how we need to be much more concrete and actionable on the risks, but also on what it can deliver. And that will be a huge parameter for also for this summit and us going forward to be a success. And of course, it's not only the tech industry's profit that has to define that, but it has to be a dialogue globally. What do we really want to use AI for? We have had science days here where they are using AI to look for water on exoplanets and the protein structure. And here we have other discussions about mis and disinformation generated by AI. So we both have a huge global obligation when it comes to the risk side, but also to the opportunity side.
I think that's a great place to pivot, Serafina, really quickly, and then I'll ask a last question to wrap things up. Yeah.
I just wanted to join the party. It's fine. It's on. Yeah. So I just want to join the party on that. Yeah. Specifically on the independent audits thing, I think it's partly because it ties into my last point about like the actual science of doing evaluations and people needing to remember how to do that. In that, I obviously think you shouldn't grade your own homework. Like trusting a bunch of big companies to tell you what they should do is a terrible idea. Despite the fact that I run one of those teams. But also I think there's like an interesting thing that people don't talk about very much, which is that like you were talking about the exponential growth of the field just now, right? How it like overnight. But the exponential growth of the field definitionally means that most people who are in this field have not been in it for very long. That's just like the way exponential growth works, right? Which means that like a huge amount of them have not seen very much, do not have a whole lot of like background to build on, or like knowledge of what has been done before and what has failed, and the same hype cycle that has existed, like the scale hype cycle happened 10 years ago with a different type of model that nobody remembers who's in it really recently. And so I think there's this, I think, tension between needing independent audits like that, but also needing them to have a type of rigor that's hard to find in a field that everyone has suddenly jumped on. And so I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm more just saying like I see a huge amount of things out there where like I would really like independent audits that I could trust. There aren't that many of them because, you know, the original paper on malicious use, testing malicious use, cites as their like conceptualization of harm, like LLMs can be used for all sorts of cybersecurity risks and all sorts of stuff. And then their testing stuff is like, how do I cut down a stop sign? And they try to jailbreak a model to tell them how to do that. Genuinely, you can go read it. It's from 2023. It's like the original jailbreaking paper. And I feel like people don't notice these sorts of things where it's like people like, because whoever did it was a random scientist engineer somewhere and was like, oh, this would be cool. But they didn't spend a lot of time thinking about like, what societal harm am I trying to measure? How am I going to measure it? So yeah, one of the reasons that I like working with these guys actually is that they do that better. But genuinely, so I think I just wanted to bring up that tension between, I do think you need something independent, but you somehow need to find a way that you have still grounded it in like enough science and stuff, even though a huge amount of the people in this field have not been in it for very long.
If only we could, yeah. If only we could, there are many. If only we could spend the next several hours talking about audits, right? Like we would have a very, very rich discussion and we could make it a huge discussion. Everyone here would be chatting. But we can't. And unfortunately, we have to wrap this up. Bring it back to a comment that Dita made about, the dialogue, right? We're here in the Action Summit. Everyone's here to have a dialogue across sectors. Ending on maybe a positive note, what is something that you're most looking forward to this week? An organization that you're most looking forward to meeting, interacting with, an event you're most looking forward to attending as the summit kicks off tomorrow? I would love to hear just a closing thought from each of you.
I'm really excited about what France is trying to launch with this Open Science Foundation and Open Source Foundation. I think it's imperative to bridge the gap towards a global majority. Safety is really important. Access is really important. And if we don't bridge that gap, the perception of regulatory capture is going to really snowball into something that is going to make Serafina's, your work, my work more difficult. We need to balance out safety with access, and that's enormously difficult to do. And so the fact that we are creating a foundation funding it. I hope that they will announce a big budget because we need to build those bridges with Africa, speaking as a Frenchman, with Asia, to equip the global south, to equip the global majority with a voice in the field that is positive and at the same time calibrate the needs, because their need for evaluations are higher than ours. They have been used as guinea pigs in the past in clinical trials. Are we going to reproduce the same mistake again? Because their urgency to access basic services is there. And so it's tempting for them to already use these models for medical diagnostics. And at the same time, we know that they are not necessarily qualified for that. So that's what I'm excited to realign the conversation towards that.
I'm really excited for the use cases, the AI for science and AI for medicine specifically, and done the correct way where clinicians become much more embedded into the technology. So borrowing from existing fields so that we can make sure that we actually meet the moment and use the technology for all of its capacity, while also figuring out how we're going to do the testing with the right people in mind so that everyone's needs are actually addressed. So that's what's really exciting for me. And of course, like AI for Science days have already happened on Thursday and Friday, but I think we're going to see a lot more of that coming out tomorrow and Tuesday.
I'm excited with French diplomacy at its finest, I would say, you know that, but the ability to really pull this together, make it a global conversation and multi-stakeholder, that makes me very happy.
Yeah, I guess mine is somewhat similar to yours. It's that, like, if I look back at from the change from this summit to the previous one, it's the amount of different voices that are in the room. It's like a much more diverse from everything, like along all of the axes of that type of diversity. And I think that's super important, since if I talk about missed opportunities and what sorts of things I am missing, that's the sort of thing I'm missing access to. And also that it has shifted a lot in that to recognizing more of a definition of safety. Like the original Bletchley Park one was very, very specific. And people have started to come down on being like, okay, what more societal harms can we talk about? And so, yeah, so I think those two things are the most for me.
Great. Thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking this excellent panel and Humane Intelligence for having us. Thanks.
Can we do a little
So we are setting up our next panel now. It's the Safety Institutes panel for folks who want to stay around for that. Yes, I do. So for those who are interested in staying for the Safety Institutes panel, we are setting that up right now. I know you've been very patient in listening to our panels, but we're really excited about this one. Actually, no. You all are there. I'm here. Hello. Three of us? Yeah, it's just three. Yeah. Green light on. All right, now that everybody's found their seats, I am extremely excited to kick off our next panel. I may have to do the clap once if you hear me, clap twice if you hear me, like have taught enough undergrad class. All right, clap once if you hear me, clap twice if you hear me. Thank you. All right, excited to start this panel. Thank you, everybody. I was told by very many people that there are a couple of panels that they're really looking forward to, and this was one of them. I'm very happy to be moderating this panel with an international group of folks who are leading various safety institutes. So, of course, the big topic of the week is AI safety, and all of the individuals on our panels represent the government organizations that have been spun up in the last few years to specifically address the issues of AI safety and responsibility. So we can maybe go down the row, introduce yourself, what country you're from, and the AC you represent. Yeah, start with Claire at the end.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Very impressed, remember, by your teacher-like kind of opening. I used to, in a previous life, I was a teacher, so I really respect being able to get the attention of a room. So hi everyone, I'm Clara Pelly. I'm the Deputy Director for the International team at the UK AI Safety Institute. So we were launched, Nico gave us a good kind of tee up by mentioning Bletchley in 2023. We were launched just after that. I actually joined the team the week that the AI Safety Institute was born. So that's a nice kind of coincidence about a year and 3 months ago. And yes, we've grown kind of very rapidly since then. So I think at that point we had around kind of 10 or so technical researchers, and we now have over 60 technical researchers, which I think is one of the biggest kind of concentrations of AI safety talent in the world in any government. So that's one of the reasons why we were set up. So we're kind of super excited that we have that capability in government, and very excited to be here. So thank you very much.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Samir Chabra. I'm the General for Marketplace Framework Policy within the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Department, Government of Canada. Our institute, Canadian AI Safety Institute, was established just in November, so we're just a few months old. Ours is set up a little bit differently, perhaps, than some of the other ones around the world are. I think in respect of the strength of the Canadian AI research ecosystem and the community, and attempting to leverage that. So our AI Safety Institute was established with a $50 million budget over 5 years. $27 million of that will go to the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research to work through the AI institutes in Canada, which many of you would know, Mila, Emmy, and Vector. And so that'll be enabling academics and community organizations and experts that are already in the AI space to launch projects in relation to AI safety and following kind of government priorities. We also have, in fact, in the audience today, representatives from our National Research Council, which is a government agency, which is also a partner with us in establishing this work that will take on government-directed projects, those that are perhaps a little bit more sensitive or have national security dimensions, those with interesting intellectual property considerations, or those that just need to be managed in a more agile, kind of close to government fashion. That'll be the National Research Council. And then my team's responsible in my space from, kind of competition law to intellectual property to privacy. On the AI side specifically, we'll have both an AI policy team, which is really more on the responsible AI regulatory considerations, and then a separate focus on the AI safety team, where we will work with our partners internationally, and we'll help coordinate the work between the National Research Council and the CFAR work. So that's kind of how we're set up quickly. I'll draw you guys a diagram if you want, because it's hard to follow it all. But we're quite happy with the way it's spun up in just the last few months, and hoping that you'll see dividends from that and that approach to really build AI safety in an inclusive way, to have a number of different voices at the table, a number of different perspectives and priorities brought to bear on it, I think is an important way about going about this.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lee Wan-Si from Singapore. Just want to check any Singapore people in the room. Okay, like people from my team and you. Okay. Anyway, hi everyone. I sort of represent the Singapore AC. I think like a few months ago, when just before we had the November convening, I was speaking on a panel, and then I was saying, actually, all the ACs are kind of different, right? You need to remember that we are all not as well resourced as the UK AC. And we all are set up slightly differently. The Singapore one is also quite different. Actually, we've always had a sort of a AI safety focus in the work that we do. A couple of years ago, we invested 50 million Singapore dollars, which is about I don't know, 30 million USD thereabouts, in a center that we call the Digital Trust Center, and that's a national institution for building trust. And AI safety is one of the key components of the work that the Digital Trust Center does. So when ACs became in vogue after Bletchley, we decided that it's also important to put a little bit of emphasis on the work that we've already done in AI safety, and hence we tag a label of Singapore AI Safety Institute to the Digital Trust Center. So it's an existing institute that we sort of added a sort of brand to it called Singapore AC. At the same time, after a while, we realized that actually it's not just about the research work. So Digital Trust Center was cited in the Nanyang Technological University, focusing very much on research, advancing eval science, for example. But we decided it's not just about research. We need to do testing. We need to actually look at some of the policy areas that we want to drive. We need to work internationally within the AC network. And then that's where I come in, right? So I head up the policy work in SGAC. I'm actually part of Infocom Media Development Authority. So we decided to bootstrap our AC with some of the more government capabilities. We're all civil servants here. Yeah. Hence the jacket and the shirt. And, yeah. We look a little bit different from the previous panel. Yeah. But but it was important for us that we add that policy dimension as well to make sure that the work that the AC does actually addresses some of our national concerns around risk, right? National priorities around developing eval capabilities. So that's in short what the Singapore AC does. I can talk on and on about it, but I think we have just a little bit of time. So happy to take questions later if you're interested. Yeah, and I could also draw you guys a diagram if you like. Yeah, we have some standard slides for this. Yeah.
Yes, and for everybody who's here, I know there's a bunch of burning questions in the audience. For this group in particular, I was pulled aside by 3 or 4 people saying, will you have Q&A with the safety? We will at the very end. But I did want to start with you, Clara. You said that you had started in the very beginning of the very beginning. All of us kind of convened in Bletchley in the very damp tents many moons ago. And it's been, while it has not been seemingly a lot of time chronologically, AI time runs differently and things have changed. What would you say are the biggest changes you've seen from, the original November Bletchley to this summit in Paris?
Great question. So I guess 2 things really, and actually touching on a bit, drawing on a bit some of the themes from the previous panel just now, and actually a bit from what 1C has just been saying. I think one massive change is the kind of building, as you say, Ramon. It's a field that's moving incredibly quickly, and one of the massive kind of jumps forward that we've made is the launch of the International Scientific Report on AI Safety. We have some of the report team from my team in the audience today, I think, who are very tired but very happy having launched the first version of the report just last week. Some people may have seen Joshua Bengio, who's been around and about over the last couple of days. But it's a kind of a real milestone. I think it's a groundbreaking report to bring together for the first time kind of experts, global experts, to synthesize the kind of state of the science. That's something that we didn't have pre-Bletchley, and it's a real achievement, I think, to have got to that point where we've got a product. Sadly, I don't think we have any physical copies just yet because they were held up in the customs, ironically. But to have a physical report that brings together a synthesis of the science, and a shared understanding of the kind of capabilities and risks is a major milestone. And then I think the second thing is, as we were just talking about, the kind of the nascent international, building the international muscle for how we begin to both understand and tackle the potential emerging risks. So obviously, the Samir and I were all in San Francisco in November last year for the launch of the International Network of AI Safety Institutes. And it's great that we're all here again just a few months after that, having made some concrete progress. So we're beginning to really, I think, again, Nico was saying this, but really kind of start to put into practice what international cooperation and coordination looks like. So 1C and our teams have collaborated on a joint testing exercise along with the rest of the members of the network, which actually starts to bring together the technical experts to align on kind of the concrete approaches we're taking to understand and measure the risks and kind of begin to align on the approaches, which I think is a real kind of concrete step forward.
Great, thank you. And also want to add that Humane Intelligence's own Theodoros Gaddis was actually one of the people who was contributing to the scientific report. I know there's actually been a lot of visibility around that report. It's kind of driven a lot of the conversation. So Samir, I actually want to go to you as the youngest AC. What's your vision for what comes next, right? So we've moved from understanding capabilities, understanding safety, now talking about science. So from your perspective, for both Canada as well as this international coalition, what comes next?
That's a great question. Thanks, Rowan. From the Canadian perspective, we look at CASE as an organization that is a knowledge developer and a knowledge disseminator. We don't look at the AI Safety Institute network necessarily as playing a regulatory function, but certainly one that connects to the regulatory environment and informs the standard setting environment. In our instance, and I think some of the other ACs are like this as well, really important to have an appropriate interface with national security institutions and research and activities and projects that are undertaken there. So, definition of success from a CASE perspective, Canadian AI Safety Institute, we shorthanded as CASE, is, are we contributing to advancing international understanding? Are we getting better and stronger results? Are we developing the metrology, as the previous panel was talking about, so that we're actually level setting and creating advancements in how we're thinking about this and actually keeping up with the work as it's moving forward? Are we connecting effectively both internationally as well as domestically with national security considerations and issues? Those are kind of the watchwords. Are we developing our capacity internally as a country to continue to advance the work so we're getting the right people engaged? That's kind of how we're thinking about it right now. Specific projects will come. We've got a number of them underway. I think 14 initial projects kicked off with Sevgi team at the National Research Council. Our Canadian Institute for Advanced Research just launched calls for proposals, which are open now and generating kind of interest and results. And of course, what we haven't talked about yet is that the International Network of ACs has already started collaborating on 3 tracks of work, starting in San Francisco, or actually in the lead up to San Francisco. Canada and Australia have been co-chairing a track of work around synthetic content, which is going to result in the publication very shortly of a research agenda, which is one that I think is a really interesting opportunity to help coordinate the work of the AC network. But I think the really interesting question is going to be, can we expand that and start drawing in projects from other organizations and civil society type organizations like Humane, and actually add those in and say, okay, well, where else are great pieces of work happening? How do we catalog and develop all of those so we're all staying coordinated? I'll let my other colleagues talk about tracks 2 and 3.
So then, Wansi, next question for you. Thank you for teeing up collaborations. For those of you who have visited the expo booth downstairs, we actually have one dedicated to the work that we did with Wansi's organization, Singapore IMDA, on multilingual and multicultural biases. So actually, my question for you is, as you've mentioned, your AC is a little bit different in that it actually builds on some work that's been happening for a while. And in a sense, it's not like its own bubble. It's incredibly integrated into both a regulatory body and a scientific body. So how have you seen your AC sort of fitting into the work that's happened already? And how do you see it contributing something net new?
I mean, like I said, I can spend hours talking about that, but maybe I'll just focus on where Samir has sort of teed up a little bit for me to talk about the work that we're doing internationally with the other ACs. I think it's important that we are we are able to contribute effectively and help provide some kind of leadership, I guess, in the work that we do. So Singapore and Japan leads the track 2 work. I mean, there's track 1, which is content. And then that track 2 was testing and evals. So Singapore and Japan leads the track 2 work, but we also have a lot of support from the UK on the work that we're doing. So what we've done so far leading up to San Francisco as well as after San Francisco is joint testing exercises with the network. Why is this important? It's important because it's about, number one, coming together on agreeing on methodology, agreeing on methodology, as well as agreeing on standards. I think that's important. 2 is also about building capacity and capability within the network. We can't all be model developers here. We don't have that kind of resources, that kind of talent to bring in the people. So, and we're all starting, and we're all very new. So we're all starting from maybe a certain lower base. So it's important that we put together these capabilities and be able to level up our evals and our testing abilities. Right, so that's important. So what we've done so far is joint testing in terms of, number one, reproducibility. That's something that we did with UK and US. Number 2, on more recently on multilingual testing, as well as cybersecurity testing. And that was important. And it was also a way in which we then try to see how can each AC bring their capabilities and capacity to this conversation. How do we help one another? So the UK, having done some work around Bench, for example, are able to then bring that to the table and say, let's have this, let's test this and have a conversation amongst the AC network. And for Singapore and Japan, for example, then it's very much about how then do we organize a multilingual test. And that also then ties into the work that we've already done with Humane Intelligence around cultural and linguistic bias, right? That was more of a rate teaming exercise where we brought in something like 9 Asian countries, not all ACs. Actually, we brought in research institutions to participate with us to do rate teaming, identify a taxonomy of cultural bias that each country is worried about, then develop a methodology to think about doing a rate teaming challenge so that we can replicate this on an ongoing basis so that we can generate more data, identify more opportunities where government and industry can invest in plugging some gaps. So it's been a really interesting, 6 months so far, actually 3 months since November, right? It's been a really interesting 3 months. I'm actually amazed at how much we got done in 3 months. And that's really a testament to the kind of effort that I think HAC is bringing to the table, and how we think that it's important that we collaborate and really just up our game collectively.
It's actually a good lead into my next question. So, all of you have alluded to this international network, and, there are many global organizations that are tackling AI safety. So 2 questions, maybe just across the panel, and Clara, we can start with you. One is, what is the thing that is net different that you see the international network of AI safety institutes contributing? And second is, to Wan Si's point, how can this network serve as maybe a method of moving faster, right? So of having this collaboration, not just to communicate with each other, but to then almost divide and conquer the territory that needs to be covered.
So a couple of things here. I think we've touched on this a bit already, but obviously each AC is slightly different and we all have slightly different areas of specialism that we bring to bear. I think what we have worked out through, particularly the kind of collaboration, the concrete collaboration that has already taken place, for example, on testing, is how valuable it's been for us to kind of bring our different kind of specialisms into play. And through doing that, I think, as Wansu was saying, that we make sure that we have a kind of relatively limited pool of technical expertise in the world globally on this right now, right? So the better that we can coordinate, the better that we're able to kind of divide and conquer, as you say. We in the UK have set out our kind of priorities. We're particularly interested in kind of critical risk, and particularly in the areas where we think government has real expertise to bring to bear. But there are others across the network who are interested in kind of different areas of safety. Safety, as the panel earlier was saying, is a very broad term. And so in bringing those different areas of those different pools of expertise together, we can make use of them most efficiently. I think the other thing to flag is that what we've learned through this joint testing exercise that will be coming out soon, TBC. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Is kind of the benefits, like the tangible, concrete benefits that collaboration can have in terms of being more efficient. So the Bench testing that we ran collectively with the network, we utilised Inspect, which is the UK's kind of framework, which has already loaded on it framework for evaluations, which has already, it's open source. We think that's really important. We have open source and evaluations kind of preloaded onto it. And the rationale there is, in doing that, we are able to kind of speed up people's work because we have a kind of a shared framework for approaching evaluation. We have a shared approach, and that means that we're able to, to test and evaluate more efficiently. So yeah, those would be my reflections.
Samir, any thoughts?
I mean, it's trite at this point to say that the space moves quickly, the labs have a ton of money. If we're not coordinating as ACs, we're probably not succeeding. It's about as baseline as you can get on it, right? The opportunities to coordinate are there. I think the relationships are building. I think we're trying to do a good job of stitching it together. The relative specialties will kind of emerge over time, and we'll continue to deepen those. And that'll, I think, be the key feature for the next little while. And as the previous panel noted, I'll give a shout out to boring as well. I think some boring kind of, plumbing, connecting the dots, making things work is probably the most important thing right now. The international governance space around AI is extraordinarily cluttered. It's felt like, for the last year or so, kind of like an episode of Oprah from like a decade ago, where like, you get a code, you get a code, you get a standard. I mean, everyone's all over it, right? We're having meetings about AI when AI is far too general a subject matter to have a meeting about for the most part. And so getting deep, getting specialized, getting focused about what we're talking about. Again, previous panel was fantastic, talking about what's the deployment case? Where's the use case happening? What does safety mean in that context? What does responsibility mean in that context? Getting to those types of questions and being deeper about this is going to be really, really important in the near term. And I hope we can do that soon.
I'll just add something. I think we've already spoken about how we are working together. I'm on like many different international platforms. I participate in the OECD. I was just speaking in the UN panel recently and so on. I think, yes, agree that internationally there are actually many platforms, and actually all of them have different roles to play. And I think we need to recognize that. And my own personal reflection in terms of what we've done as the network, I thought was really interesting. In one, it was very practical, very hands-on. It was an opportunity to build trust in a very specific way amongst the network. I mean, how do you use Inspect? How do you use, for our case, it was Moonshot, right? There was another platform that we brought to bear. And can you do this translation in 3 days? I mean, I really want to thank all the ACs for contributing to our last minute kind of, let's translate the benchmark in 3 days. Let's annotate the results in a week, right? And they have to look through 1,400 responses from the models, and then just going through them one by one and giving their point of view about whether it makes sense or not. So, I mean, I appreciated the level of trust that all the ACs have brought to the table and allowed us to have this collaboration in a very meaningful way. Baby steps. I always say these are baby steps. We haven't quite, it's new, this network, and it's important that we start with baby steps to get ourselves comfortable with one another. So it allows us to do bigger and better and more important things together as we move forward. So that's one. I think the second thing, it's how then do we as a network connect with the other platforms that are coming out, right? How do we connect with what's happening in the UN? How do we connect with what's happening in the standards organizations like ISO, for example? And as a small network of 10 ACs, or 10 countries, we've been able to be very nimble about how we do things. And I think that nimbleness allows us to then bring some real content, if we want, to these sort of bigger platforms that allows us to contribute in a much more meaningful way. So I think those are my reflections. And I think moving forward, that's something that we really want to do more effectively, plugging into the other platforms that are out there. Thanks.
Great. And so the last question, lightning question, I'm going to build on Samir's point about being boring. What's the most boring yet impactful thing that you would say needs to be a focus that maybe is not a focus right now? So I'll go. I'll give you a minute to think. And while they're thinking, think of your questions, because Theo will be going around with a microphone. All right. Thinking time over. 1C.
Boring but impactful. I like my job. I don't think it's boring at all, right? It's nice to be here in Paris and have these conversations.
It could be worse.
It could be a lot worse. Yeah, I think we're gonna have some people always ask. So what happens to the network next, right? Is it just gonna be these 10 countries? What are we gonna focus on? I think these are conversations that we need to have. We will probably be having these discussions very soon. is super boring. It's not actually technical testing, but I think we do need to get some of these governance discussions sorted to see how we can be more inclusive. Where do we want to focus our priorities, given that we all have limited resources and limited bandwidths? I mean, it's not just the international stuff that we have to do together. We also have our own domestic priorities that we have to focus on as well. So I think that's boring, but necessary. Yeah.
Amazing. Samir.
So I'd say boring for me means getting the balance right between the big events like the one that we're all gathered here this week to participate in, which are wonderful and important milestone events that bring the right people together and brilliant conversations. If the AC network becomes too driven on this cycle of kind of political engagements and announcements and declarations, that's not healthy for the network. It needs to be more technically driven, more technically focused, and driving on milestones that are actually focused on delivery of real capabilities and improvements and strengthening around metrology and all the rest of it, not so much on, you know, the other timelines. So I'd say that's pretty critical. I think once he's absolutely right, getting the internal governance right with everything that's going on in the States these days, really important for us to watch how that's going to unroll and what that means for the rest of the network and how we work together. So getting resilient plumbing together now is going to be really, really critical.
And Clara, to close us out.
I think kind of building on Samir's point, I think the it's not that boring. I agree also with 1C because I like it, but but the boring thing is getting people together in a room and discussing some of this stuff. And I think we've really felt the benefit in doing that in November in San Francisco, here at this summit, and around in the kind of surrounding days. I thought, for example, Ramon, you kindly sat on our panel in the Science Days that we led with the OECD about thresholds. Those kinds of conversations, even if they're really early stages, are really important as we start to think a bit about kind of not just the capabilities, the opportunities and the risks of this technology, but also what we do about it. And sometimes just getting people together in a room to have that conversation is the right thing to do.
Great, wonderful. And then any questions from the audience? We'll open it up to Q&A. I think we only have time for about 2, maybe 3. We have one question up here. Do you have a question as well? Perfect. So we have 2 here and then 1 over there.
Hello, thank you. I think I wanted to just like build
sorry,
on.
can you also introduce yourself and where you're from? That kind of thing.
Okay, I'm Joanna from the Equiano Institute, based in London. So I just wanted to like build on something that I think all of you said. Like 2 points was like on one hand is like inclusivity and global majority like countries' engagement in the ACES network, but on the other hand, like the power of effectiveness, that there are 10 actors, and like I think in this convening in San Francisco, that was like very powerful. So I just wanted to ask, like, what do you think could be the model of like engagement and inclusivity of global majority within that network to keep that effectiveness, to keep the focus, and yet open up the discussions and open up the partnerships and collaborations that could come out of it?
Okay. Excellent question, by the way. I agree that having a small network allows us to be a lot more nimble and more effective, and leverage on each other's technical competencies. How do we reach out to the other parts of the world? So I mentioned briefly about the other platforms that we should try and connect to, the UN, for example, or the standards organizations. We also come from our own regions. So in Singapore, we are part of Southeast Asia. So we are also part of ASEAN, which is Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That's also an opportunity where we could use the kind of experience that we have in the AC network and then share that with our region, right? People that we are also engaging with on many other matters around AI safety on a regular basis. We also convene a network. I don't mean to use network group. Okay, called the Forum of Small States. So small countries, 10 million people or less, and that's also another platform which we could try and also share and link up and provide some of these experience that we have from the ACs. I think there are many things that we can do. It's just finding ways in which we can engage better. But yes, excellent question. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with 1C as well. For us, I think it's about connecting the dots between the AC network and other 4 that are working in this space without trying to be determinative of which of those are going to kind of evolve and take on which shape. We've got the Global Partnership on AI meeting later this afternoon. That's another key forum where countries are getting together and working on AI issues and trying to level set and balance out kind of approaches. So connecting from the AC, which again, we try to focus on it as a knowledge development, knowledge dissemination organization. And the way that we're doing it is very inclusive in the way that it's grassroots based. So it's about balancing out how are you developing the science and the research and the projects and the evals that are being done, and then how are you making sure that you're sharing those as broadly as possible and connecting it to standards, to policy organizations, to regulatory development.
Totally. Very, very quickly to build on that, just to say, definitely agree. Ollie, our director, says is kind of fond of saying content. He doesn't mean synthetic content. He means kind of pushing out what we do into the world. And I think that's something that the network has already done really well. As I say, we'll be publishing some, the research agenda for synthetic content, for example, the blog about the work that we've done on track 2 and joint testing. We in AC, in the UK AC, are really keen on publishing our work. We've published this week, for example, some best practice around evaluating misuse safeguards. So that's something that I think is a really important way of striking that balance and making sure that we're pushing out, as you say, Samir, the work that we're doing.
Did you want to talk about track 3? Because we haven't told them about track 3 yet.
Yes, I mean, I think that's so track 3 is risk assessment. Again, that's something where hopefully we're going to be publishing something in due course. It's about bringing together the network to think about exactly as we've just been discussing how we approach the assessment of risk. So yeah, that should
and
be
hopefully
amazing.
a compendium of tools, I think, in that as well. So
Yeah.
and taking knowledge, bringing it together, and spreading it so it's available.
And to our second question, we have.
Very happy to. Let's see if my voice will work. Hi, I'm Rachel Fagan, formerly of Integrity Institute and recently with the Algorithmic Justice League in the States. I think hearing you all speak, at the end of the day, AI is an industry like many industries. You're dealing with technical issues, but everything also has socio-technical implications, labor implications. And I wonder, for any or all of you, are there examples of that you're drawing from, or that you are inspired by, or modeling on from other industrial safety consortia, other industrial safety and responsibility initiatives over the course of the last 150 years, not just in internet and technology, but broader?
I think great question that links back to the conversations earlier about metrology, getting the measurements right, understanding it. A lot of that, and I think the previous panel touched on as well, looking at analogs to understand how to build those systems the right way. And certainly, I think the safety report that Clara highlighted earlier is an important touchstone for, I think, most of the AC network. It doesn't mean that it's ever going to be the final word. There's obviously going to be ongoing conversations about it, but it is a very helpful framing baseline, I think.
Super quickly, I think 2 reflections on that point. One is almost to kind of flip your question a bit. I guess the unusual thing about AI as a technology is, unlike previous technologies, it's not a disruptive technology that is born out of government research. Like it's the private sector that is driving forward and at the kind of often at the frontier of that technology and understands it the most. So that's why we've really prioritized in the UK building technical capability into government, because we think that's really important as we start to think about testing and understanding this as we start to build towards it. And then my second reflection, was going to be about just a quick plug for some of the thinking that we've been doing, which is around safety cases, which is looking to examples of the industries about how you build a case for technology being safe. We've been talking a bit about this week. So yeah, would point you to our website to look about that.
I think maybe just to add on to both the responses is that we work very closely with other sectors, other regulators in other sectors, where they don't just worry about AI, they worry about many other things in financial services and healthcare and so on. And so we draw on that experience as well when we think about safety for AI, because it's not an abstract thing, right? Exactly to your point, it has to be something that's grounded in what's real, how people are using this technology in these fields. Yeah. I think there was a question from that gentleman here.
Yeah, I think that will unfortunately, many hands are raised, but you'll be our last question. Hopefully, our 3 panelists would be kind enough to maybe take a few after we break, but please.
Thank you, Armin. My name is Tomer. I'm from ActiveFence. We are a for-profit user-generated content and AI trust and safety vendor, working with a lot of the large LLMs, including Serafina and Cohere, providing both red team, data sets, trainings, evaluations, and you've heard that a lot today. There's a lot of redundancy that in the private sector is called competition. It's welcome. It drives the space forward. How do you guys think in AI safety institutes? I heard earlier, I think it was also Serafina that mentioned, we're building a lot of technical capabilities inside these companies, and then we see a lot of technical capabilities. I think, Claire, you mentioned like 60 technical folks in the AI Safety Institute. How do you guys think of that avoiding redundancy? And I heard you mention kind of coordination around using each other's strengths. So how do you think about that in the sector that's moving so fast?
So very briefly on that, I think I don't know. I would maybe slightly disagree with the idea of there being redundancy. I think there, at least the conversations that we've had both with our technical researchers, but also with industry, is that it has the common theme here, as you say, Samir. It's kind of goes without saying that this is moving incredibly quickly. If anything, I think the science of evaluations is moving so fast that it's very hard to keep up, and we find ourselves to be stretched, even with quite significant capacity within government to do all the testing that we want to do. The pace of development is such that the safety report had to have an addendum added to it, because in between the time that the report finished writing was finished in December and it being published in January, you had the release of O3 and you had the release of DeepSeek's R1. So, I mean, it's moving so quickly that I think actually, I don't think there's loads of redundancy. I think there's a lot of work to be done to kind of to push the frontier of kind of capability testing at the same time to match the kind of capabilities as they're being developed. But others may have reflections.
Yeah, I mean, we need capabilities to test for things that we care about, which may not overlap with what the labs care about, right? So that's one. So that's one way to think about that. And two, I think we also need capabilities in-house in the government, in the public service, so that we are able to validate and provide our own points of view about that. And if we don't do anything and just rely completely on the private sector, I'm not sure if we'll be able to eventually be regulated or be able to understand what's actually happening, right? So even if it's starting from very low base, even if it's sort of repeating what some of the model developers have been doing, I think it's necessary to start somewhere. And gradually we'll start to focus on things that we care about. And I think having a conversation, and we don't keep them at arm's length, right? I mean, we work very closely with the AI labs and say, look, where can we collaborate? How can we find an opportunity to tap on your expertise to build up our own capacities? How can we do things that complement one another versus duplicate one another? I think these are things that we do quite a lot of. And I thought maybe before I end, I just want to just give a shout out to my colleagues from Korea. The Korean AC is in the house.
Thank you. Great response.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining this panel. And if you have any further questions, we have like a very urgent. Is this a very urgent question?
I'd love to ask it.
And it's up to our panelists. One more question. Yeah. One more question.
Great. Okay. I'll be very quick. So two brief questions. One is
oh, boo.
It's great to have all the ACs share information with one another. How do you ensure that information is being in ways that are actually beneficial as a whole, rather than in ways that could lead to specific capabilities that we may not want? That's number one. Number two, how do you think about some sort of gold standard global responsible scaling policies that everyone across different ACs should adopt? Thank you.
Not there yet on a global responsible scaling policy. I think that's kind of the whole point of doubling down and having all of us go into this space, is because there's obviously so much work to be done to figure out what the gold standard would look like. I think we're quite a ways away from a gold standard when the baseline itself is moving all the time.
I will wrap it at that because I know people are antsy. So thank you so much for joining for this panel. Again, if you have any further questions, you can come up here. Again, refreshments downstairs on the first floor, expo booths. Feel free to mingle. Our next panel actually starts in about 20 minutes. We're also now streaming on the first floor, so you don't actually be up here. We appreciate for those who've been standing. We did not expect to be standing room only. So thank you so much for your time, and please give it up for our panel.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around. In a minute or two, we're going to get started with the next panel. All right. I think we'll get started. And so just so folks know, things are being live streamed downstairs as well. So everyone who's in the second floor can hear us too. All right, so thank you all so much for joining for our third session of the day. My name is Theo Skiatis. I'm the Chief of Staff for Intelligence, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all and our very esteemed guests to talk about extremely important and precious issue of thematic that we're going to be taking into the issue of online and its intersection with crime. So I'd like for our four panelists to introduce themselves. I'll just start by saying their names and organizations. So we're very happy to have Doris Lee here, the Technology Policy Manager at Ofcom in the UK. Bjorn Ehler is the founder and CEO of the company Revontulate, and if you've seen their demo downstairs, when you walk in, it's just on the left, so you should definitely check out their demo. We did a bias bounty with them as well. We've got Louis LE for short, the CEO and co-founder of Tremo, and Alexandra Jarman, who is the lead of AI and digital rights at FemiSo, who is also here doing a demo on the AI Red Teaming event that we did together in Brussels in the fall. So if you have a chance to check that out, that is just downstairs on the right. So would you guys like to start by introducing yourselves? Sure. Hi. As was said, I'm Doris, and I'm cover a wide range of areas that all kinds of our mission is to make communications work for everyone. And our online safety goals focus on making sure that regulated services have the systems and processes in place to keep users safe online, including their unique Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm Bjorn. Sounds weird. But yeah, we're in understanding patterns of radicalization as well as potential threats. And so we're using that both to support technology companies in preventing the abuse of their services, which happens to be important with terrorist online regulation. So we're helpful with that side, but we also terrorists and events. So we're working
So I'm the co-founder and CEO of provider that helps hash the generated content, scale the way in which they use it. What you mentioned, which is today is so critical to regulation. By optimizing
often really excited about. We think that AI can many benefits, mindfulness, that being said, of course, one of the most concerning aspects of AI is its ability to create highly targeted, highly personalized, highly realistic content that can be spread accurately. So, unlike traditional forms of online games, that might seem that might require a lot of human coordination and human resources, these AI-powered tools can create these toxic narratives with minimal resources and free resources. Another area that we're looking at is the rise in generative AI chatbots, and the way that chatbots these chatbots that, by the way, people can create these and program them to spew hateful messages, and it spreads hate content in a rather accessible and conversational way, which I think is really interesting and could lead to radicalization, right? And even if the underlying models that power these chatbots aren't designed to have safeguards against creating this type of hate content, and once this content is created and spread online, I think AI also contributes to the amplification. So we've seen automated bot networks powered by AI doing things like spamming comment sections, right? And targeting individuals repeatedly. This creates an illusion that there's widespread support for and that makes it so that victims of harmful content and bystanders may withdraw from public discourse in a way that's really harmful to democracy and really harmful to the diversity of ideas. I want to end by saying, these tools we're talking about are new and are different, relatively new anyway, but the online hate have not changed over time. These are mostly with their LGBTQ plus, their migrants, their other marginalized communities, and this has for the proliferation of AI. It's just that AI has made it easier and more efficient to target these same communities. I know that the next one is going to touch a bit on this, but I just want to say that Ofcom has been doing research on deepfakes. They showed demeaning deepfakes to shame or to bully someone. Those are targeted at women, and in particular, Black women and LGBTQ+. Ofcom, we are very passionate about specific tools designed to understand and address the experiences of those who most often.
We kind of operate the earlier stages of radicalization. Like the very last few, there's things that are toxic that aren't necessarily illegal. And so what we're seeing across the spectrum is really increasing. We're seeing a lot more production of hate speech. Some like what's over ability to create but also using that then to obfuscate materials. So like downstairs we have the staff where showing some far right imagery. That's AI generated and generated in a way where obfuscates the imagery. So that like one right there have something with us. So we're also seeing creativity. The third thing that we're looking at is circumvention of moderation We're seeing a lot of them pushing boundaries. And so they were allowed to stay up. Some really extremist discourse for people who were like, it's a cartoon, let's go that route. And so like we're seeing kind of youth funders into these companies as well. Like the bar to enter kind of a little bit.
Causing and being directly related to the genocide of the Rohingya Muslims. We look at 2019 when the Christchurch shootings were live streamed onto Meta's platforms. And then more recently, over the summer in the UK, we had the race riots in migrant Muslim communities, which were massively directed by misinformation far-right racist anti-Muslim content on their organization. And so 2 years ago at the European Youth Event, Femi suggested that we should young Muslims to attend. And during that time, the far-right youth group took photos of our members and posted them online under the heading of "These are people from the Muslim Brotherhood," which was a massive security risk then for, in some cases, young women whose photos were put on there without their consent, and was a security risk for them then going home to their countries, whether that was in the Balkans or Central Europe or even in France. And these are issues that we really want to see being addressed and taken care of. FemiSo worked with Humane Intelligence a few months ago to do a red teaming exercise, and we're mostly an advocacy organization. So we wanted to raise awareness about the impact that large language models and the amount of vulnerabilities they have when it comes to producing Islamophobic content. And over a period of about 2 hours with about 40 attendees, we were able to generate over 260 examples of content that we believe to be Islamophobic. There simply isn't the regulation in place to protect us from these types of content and from the easy creation of them. We had roughly 10 scenarios that we asked people to create content for and create prompts around.
We do have seats up front, so if you want to sit down, there's quite a few open seats, but if you're comfortable standing, that's also great. But yeah, just wanted to flag seats here, 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 and especially over there. They're maybe not visible from where you're standing, but you're welcome to sit. So we've focused so far on the challenges, and they are significant. Now I'd like us to turn to the solutions, the recommendations. So I'd love to hear more about which AI-related solutions you are all driving towards in the respective roles that you have, and also if there's anything that the people here in the audience can do to be a part of the solution, ways to get involved in your work or ways to take action in their own capacities. I'd love to hear that too. Thank you. And Doris, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Theo. And I just want to point out what Alex was saying earlier about how the right regulations perhaps aren't in place to fully address some of the issues that we're bringing up in this panel. And I think what I want to say is, we're the UK's online safety regulator. We hear you. We are doing our very best with the laws that are in place to protect people online. And now that we're on solutions, I do want to talk about the regulations that we do have. And one of them is the Online Safety Act. And the Online Safety Act is a set of laws that require services, regulated services, to take actions to, again, put those systems and those processes in place to protect the users that are on their platforms, including against illegal harms and including against hate speech. This is the law. And as part of that, as part of the Online Safety Act, under that, Ofcom has produced codes of practice, so a set of recommended guidelines to services, asking them to do things like produce risk assessments. What is the risk of hate content appearing on your platform, right? Asking platforms to make it easy for users to report hate content as they encounter it on the platform, and asking them to have well-resourced content moderation teams and systems to respond to those user reports in a timely manner. We are confident that these measures will help companies address some of the risks that that illegal harms will pose, including hate speech. And we're confident because we've talked to a lot of our stakeholders in industry and academia, civil rights groups. We have talked to them and consulted with them to develop these measures and recommendations. And we also believe that we can do this while balancing human rights, such as freedom of expression. I think we also touched on, LV touched on using AI in content moderation. And I think that's another area that we are looking at. So in particular, an area of research I'm looking at is how can we use generative AI to moderate content, especially content that spreads so quickly and there's so much of it online, right? Maybe human moderation teams can't keep up. So there's really exciting and early evidence that generative AI can contribute to content moderation processes by, for example, writing content policies that encapsulate a wider range of hate content, or maybe looking at an individual piece of content and helping a content moderator determine, is this violative or not? Or even generating synthetic data to train machine learning classifiers to detect hate speech at scale more accurately. So this is some really promising research that I've been monitoring at Ofcom. And if any folks in the audience are also interested in this topic or doing research on this topic, I would love to hear from you about that. So, we're doing a lot of work at Ofcom, and this team, the teams that I'm working with are really passionate about these issues. We hear you, we hear your concerns, and we take these very seriously. So if you're out there and you're wanting to work with the UK's online safety regulator, who day in, day out think about issues such as online hate, do feel free to reach out afterwards for a chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doris. Would you like to go next, Bjorn?
Thank you. One regulation, the other thing is just decent. And a lot of the times there's decent people working within the platforms who want to promote decency or platforms. A little bit less of that in the last month or so. But, I think thinking about it from a policy perspective within platforms as well as from a legislative perspective, and like figuring out where the middle ground there is in terms of how do we regulate platforms, but also how does specific platforms want to foster cultures on their platforms. And so policy teams are an opportunity. And working with them on creating better environments, safer environments in which people can safely express themselves without being threatened on the basis of their identity, etc., is an opportunity. When it comes to our work, a lot of our AI work is focused on detection right now, looking at things like computer vision. And so we did a bounty with Humane Intelligence, their second bias bounty, in the fall, where we were developing computer vision models to detect far-right imagery, training it on a data set that we had collected, and using that to find more Nazi images than we did before, which is good. But one thing is kind of visual detection. There's an ever-evolving visual language within some of these communities, and so continuously training and updating those models as well is really valuable. Continuously collecting that is another element that we're focused on. But then understanding how to do that safely in a way where that data isn't then used to train new generative images, generative models used externally, for instance, would be problematic, right? So there's always kind of the cat and mouse game of some of these evolutions. Beyond visual recognition, we're also looking at a lot of text recognition. It works well in English, but I'm not a native English speaker. Many of you are not native English speakers. And so that it working well in like North Californian English is not necessarily like helpful to the rest of the world all the time. We fall apart really quickly when it comes to dialects, when it comes to slang, when it comes to like internal language within communities. And so that's where like our work in research right now is really on like how do we tie the pattern recognition both from a linguistic perspective as well as from a behavioral pattern perspective to understand like how the social dynamics within this group is shaping the language, and how kind of dialects are forming within communities in specific languages that aren't English, how they combine words in new ways, etc. And so there's a lot of really interesting opportunities in terms of like computational linguistics on the detection side as well. And we tend to think about like AI right now mostly from a generating text perspective, which sure is useful, but also it's really interesting to look at it from like how do we detect text. The other element to add to that is audio, where like text, like speech to text rarely works again outside of North Californian English, finding real problems with like dialects that are spoken by like 20 people in a valley somewhere. And so like working on how those models for speech to text also can be improved upon in order to like fit into the larger model of understanding behavior is really where opportunities lie for the time ahead.
Thanks, Bjorn. And LV.
Thanks. Again, I'll follow the trend, and after saying all the harms that can be generated by Gen AI, some of the amazing breakthroughs that is also possible, right? You mentioned a few. Another one which we found very interesting recently in a use case is how you can actually combine different models with Gen AI to understand, like if you have a text and an image, even in two different posts or in the same post but on specific, and how you can actually say I hate and then a flag below. A lot of the time the current models won't able to detect and to be able to combine the sentiment of both, and that's actually doable now. And this is something that we see being much more available, being much more easily implementable by some of the smaller size platforms. This being said, all of this requires you to have a process in place. All of you requires you, the platforms, to have a fair process in place, to have the ability to be transparent, to have the ability to have the user appeal when the content is being taken down, to make sure that there is a redress mechanism. It requires platforms to be transparent about what their policies are, be transparent about how much content they remove, about why they removed it. And again, these processes are not always easy to develop, right? Platforms like Meta has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to develop them over the years. I'm not sure that a smaller game company, an average size marketplace, or even some of the big ones, by the way, have the money to implement those, and therefore to be able to leverage the latest models or the latest technology or AI advances to be able to detect and moderate the content in a way that's much better, much more efficient, much more targeted, and much more scalable. Another element which was mentioned around regulation as well. Some of where we're seeing the regulators in the UK and in Europe advance is also around this notion of risk management. I personally come from a risk management background in the financial industry, right? And model risk management it's something that seems very natural, or regular look back to say, okay, these are how our models are working, or this is the type of hate we're seeing, or this is the type. What I found very interesting when we've been assisting at Trimo, a number of the platforms, from the very, very biggest platforms to some of the very small platforms, doing their OSA risk assessments or the DSA risk assessments under the Digital Services Act, is how that data is not available, even at the biggest platforms. Working with some clients to say, okay, basic elements around, okay, what's your exposure to that type of threat? We need to ask a data scientist. Okay, we have a 1 month delay before we get an answer. How is that? That should be daily. You should have dashboards with these things that you can see on a daily basis, so you can continuously update your policies, make them better, make your detection models better, and understand new threats, understand where these new threats are coming from, how they're impacting your users. And we speak about some of the hate, some of the harms that we're seeing, but it's across the board around scams, around for marketplaces, around drug selling, around these names change all the time, and it's really, really important that platforms are able to follow the trend and see what's happening on the platform. And a lot of the time, they actually don't have the systems to do so.
Thank you, Olvi. And Alexandra.
Thank you. So I'm from an advocacy organization. So I think for us, the biggest thing that we need, first of all, is we need big tech regulators and everyone really in this space to acknowledge what the problem is and to be comfortable naming it. And I mean, just as a question for everyone here, how many of you can tell me when is the UN's International Day to Combat Islamophobia? Or even on an EU level, when is the EU's International Day to European Action Day Against Islamophobia? Or even from the UK, when is Islamophobia Awareness Month? And the fact that these are all things which exist, which are recognized really internationally, and yet none of us can say, yes, on this day, on this month, my organization has said X, has made X statement, has made X promise to look at addressing these problems. For us, really, that's the number one thing that we need to see in this space. And then what we need, and this isn't just because we're an advocacy organization that cares about anti-racism, but is an anti-racism framework to address the multitude of problems that have been discussed here. And I'm not just saying that because anti-racism is something that does concern every single one of us, but even just from a Muslim youth perspective, we are such a diverse group of individuals with different ethnic backgrounds, different socioeconomic statuses, different migrant statuses, that actually this is really something urgently that we need regulators and companies and media companies as well to take a look at and to make sure they've strongly put into their frameworks. And then the other thing we need is civil society and grassroots organizations to be really brought into these conversations. We need things to be able to respond quickly, and the way you'll do that is by engaging with the grassroots organizations that are dealing with the evolving problems on the ground. It can't be done from a high level. You need to talk to people that are facing these problems day in, day out, and consider who's not engaging in these discussions and who hasn't been given the opportunity to engage. The last thing that I really want you all to consider is, as I said, who is and isn't being brought into these discussions. FEMISO has been trying to do work to engage in these spaces, but at the end of the day, we're a youth-led civil society organization that is mostly run by volunteers. We shouldn't be the ones that are leading this conversation. We need support. We need actors from other sectors, from other fields to engage with us in this space to help make sure that these problems get addressed. And as was said at the start, we do have a booth downstairs, so come and say hi. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexandra. So we're a little short on time. We won't have time for a round of questions, but if our speakers can stay a few minutes, folks are welcome to come up and ask them questions individually. We'll be resuming with the next panel on tech-facilitated gender-based violence in about 20 minutes. So feel free to have some drinks, go to the bathroom. The demos will be ongoing. And please join me in thanking our incredible panelists for their immense contributions. Thank you all. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. It's so exciting seeing such a great group of people here, people who work in AI, practitioners, civil society members, general members of the public. We're all really glad to bring you here. So we are going to be beginning in a moment on our panel regarding AI and online gender-based violence. So just want to make sure everyone has a comfortable seat, and we do have overflow. We are screening it downstairs on the same level as the booths. So if you can't fit in here, you can always watch that live stream. Or for those of us who are tuning in online, hello, we're so glad you could join us. All right, so I am here today. My name is Sarah Amos. I am a program manager at Humane Intelligence, focusing on tech-facilitated gender-based violence. We're going to get to what that means in a minute. But I'm really honored to be here with this panel of esteemed experts here. We have a number of them. And how we're going to do this is I'm going to do a quick little round of intros because we only have 30 minutes. We want to get really deep into it. So first, I'm just going to introduce, we have to my right, Camille Stewart Gloucester. She is the CEO of CAS Strategies and also former Deputy National Cyber Director for Technology and Ecosystem. So quite exciting and happy to bring her. And then we have to my right, further right, Nikhat Dodd, the founder and executive director of Digital Rights Foundation. So really interested in getting her perspective, especially from legal point of view and the broader global majority. And then last but not least, we have Alexandra Reeve Givens, the president and CEO of the Center for Democracy and Technology, also known as CDT. So really excited to have the conversation with this wonderful group of women. But before we do that, TFGBV. So when I say that string of letters, like who knows what I'm talking about? Raise your hand. All right, a lot more than I thought. That's really great. That's really great. But for those of you who don't know, or who, if you're like me, often trip over the words, TFGBV means Tech Facilitated Gender-Based Violence. And it entails many things. And if you're curious and want to learn more, this is me promoting the booth downstairs where you can learn about the taxonomy that Humane Intelligence has been working on in partnership with both DCIT and FCDO from the UK. But at its core, what TFGBV is any act of gender-based violence perpetuated through digital means. So from cyber stalking to online harassment to image-based abuse, which entails the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, just to name a few. There are quite many, and they are increasingly pervasive, as we'll talk about in this conversation due to AI. And to quickly just paint a picture before we get into the effects of it from our experts. Why is AI changing this phenomenon that isn't new? Intimate image abuse has been around, unfortunately, since the advent of the internet. And it is similar to other online harms, such as misinformation, where AI allows the bad actors to reach a scale and level of automation not previously known. So the ability to create AI-generated text that can be used for harassment purposes, AI-created media such as deepfakes. And previously, what may have taken hours now only requires minutes for a harmful actor to initiate a great deal of harm at a widespread scale. The second reason that Gen AI is really supercharging the amount of TFGBV on the internet is accessibility. So the barrier of entry for somebody who wants to do this harm has become much lower, as the skill set has become much lower in order to manipulate media and create this harmful content. So we see this also with the rise of, quote, nudify apps that allow a user to remove the clothes of a person in an image in a photorealistic way. And that can be obviously quite harmful to a person who has not even taken their clothes off in the first place. And in a sense, it's democratizing harms. And then lastly, we have evasion capabilities. So the last 10, 20 years, we've had the trust and safety industry on at various platforms, improving their detection, content moderation methods. However, we're all in a new ballgame now. Technologies such as photo hashing have been successful for traditional images. However, it's become a bit of a cat and mouse game as new AI created types of harm have not yet found like a true solution to solve them. So with that context laid out, I wanted us to talk a little bit more about the current threat landscape beyond just the technological, so the social, the political, also the global policy landscape, so beyond just the global north, beyond just the United States. And then lastly, a bit of a call to action. What are the future directions? What can be done? So to get us started, I just wanted to ask my first question to Alex Gibbons from CDT. So how are recent changes in the platform's policies and the political landscape at large currently reshaping online gender-based violence?
Sure. Thank you for having me. And before I answer that question, I'm going to just share a little bit about the kind of perspective that I bring to this work. CDT is a 30-year-old nonpartisan organization that focuses on how technology impacts everyday users and their rights. And one of the spaces and ways that we work on this issue is by leading a task force of most of the major generative AI companies and social media companies, experts in image-based sexual abuse, experts in privacy and digital security and trust and safety, together identifying best practices for mitigating these types of harms. We also have a research team that goes out and explores prevalence. And one of the statistics that I think is interesting is work that recently came out of our education team that did a nationwide survey of students in the United States to ask about how exposed they were and how aware they were of non-consensual intimate imagery in their schools. 40% were aware of incidents of images doing the rounds in their schools. And 1 in 6 students in the United States is aware of deepfake-based NCI doing the rounds in schools. And one of the things that we pushed on is saying, well, how are schools responding to this? And for most students, 5% were aware, and we actually had the survey go to teachers as well, 5% were aware of schools helping students understand their rights for prevention and for taking this content down. 75% were aware of students being expelled or severely disciplined for this. So schools right now are taking a disciplinary frame, which is important and relevant, but not helping on the prevention and kind of the victim support side of it. So that's one area that we think is important. But going back to this bigger question in the landscape we're in now, look, there's been an elephant in the room the entire day of this conference, which is right now we are at a precipice in the battle for trust and safety. And the reason I say that it is being politicized in ways that this field has not been politicized before. I say that we are at a precipice and not over the edge because I think that all of us together can pull on those strings and pull it back. But it is an urgent mission facing us right now, including at this AI Action Summit this week, to not allow it to be woke, to care about questions of online gender-based violence, to not allow it to be fringe or dismissed, to research how fake images, online hate speech, online harassment impacts marginalized communities. But that is unfortunately exactly the direction the discourse is going in, and we have to reel it back because it's definitely not good for users and it's not what users want, but it's also not good for business, right? The platforms need to be addressing this content to be able to have healthy online environments for their users to be able to communicate and thrive. And so my mission, my dream is that we're bringing this back and continue to normalize what responsible trust and safety work looks like. When we say that it's being weaponized, you know, some examples right now, the threat on researchers doing work in this space is real. The National Science Foundation in the US has new restrictions on the types of research applications and grants that get screened and go through additional scrutiny. We've seen the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children just within the past 24 hours has had to remove language on its website addressing LGBTQ issues and in particular references to trans youth. And that environment is not conducive or healthy for robust trust and safety work. We also, unfortunately, have seen some companies begin to scale back on this. Somebody alluded earlier to Meta's content policy changes, which are just deeply troubling because they do scale back the environment for addressing in a serious way what online hate speech and harassment of marginalized groups and women in particular and LGBTQ people in particular can look like. So my call to action and something that I hope we can talk about is how we resist that trend using any language that we need to, but how we resist that trend so that it is not politicized to do this work, but instead goes back to the frame of just helping users have online experiences that they want, be able to protect their privacy and protect their rights. And again, that's good for users and it's good for businesses. And that is the online environment we should all be fighting for.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also a lot of what our research on TFGPV is finding is that perhaps strategically, the result of women receiving disproportionately compared to men, and also other marginalized genders receiving harassment, hate, all sorts of violence against them, is the desire to pull back and be less present in public spaces. And that also has, secondhand effects on society. I want to ask Camille a little bit more about your experience at a platform, and also bringing with that your experience in the White House as a former deputy cyber director. And then in a little bit, Nikat, I want to talk about how is this playing out in the rest of the world? But first, yes, what is in the recent changes? What are you thinking is happening inside these companies right now vis-a-vis tech facilitated gender-based violence?
Yeah, a lot of tension. So I was in trust and safety at Google. I led the security policies and election integrity before going to the White House. And already in that landscape, right, thinking about global elections in 2020 and doing that work, there is a tension between business outcomes and the content you take down. And often, even the most responsible companies are balancing those things, particularly against a landscape where the decisions that you make and the justification for those decisions are then used by authoritative regimes to then conduct their own ends, right? So this isn't just about like business outcomes negatively impacting doing the right thing, but a real recognition that the decisions that you make and the justifications for that might work in one context, but be weaponized against you for outcomes that you don't want in other contexts. The other thing that a colleague said on the last panel was that there are some good people in trust and safety organizations who really went there to do the right thing. And as people started to realize more that trust and safety organizations are a place where you can kind of advance national security outcomes within the private sector context, there are a lot of people who had that background and that lens in trust and safety organizations. And so I think there are people inside who want to do the right thing. Particularly as you engage with some of these companies, people are at odds with some of the changes that their organizations are making. I bet you if you talk to a lot of people who work in the trust and safety departments at a Meta or any organization that has completely changed course, that they would express, if they're able to be candid, a frustration with this new direction and a tension with how do you advance even the things that remain in the community policies without it looking like you are not adhering to this new change in direction at a top level. So there's going to be a lot of tension in organizations from this moment. That woke ideology, thinking it's leftist to conduct content moderation, is something that looms large over government even before the transition in the US, but also in companies. And so as organizations worry about how they get funding, how they engage in policy discussions at a national and international level, they're going to start to think about how they reckon with that. That said, though, there are companies that recognize that it is a business imperative to recognize your humanity and your personhood and protect you from things like TGB,
We all struggle with
right.
it.
Gender-based violence, online gender-based violence,
Yeah.
right? They recognize that. That is a business imperative. If your users do not feel safe, there's no trust. And without trust, you're not going to spend your dollars. But that is actually if we do that, though. There is also a user driver there that we should speak with our time and speak with our engagement and use platforms that align with our values. I recognize that there are some monopolies out there on getting certain services, but we have an opportunity as individuals to use our voices through what platforms we engage with. This shift from X to things like Blue Sky is a really, and other platforms is a really demonstrative way for users to take ownership and drive business outcomes. So what I would say about the landscape, both from a government perspective and from a business perspective, is we are in a moment of tension, which is why I think the point made about us being on the precipice. There's an opportunity for change of direction, for industry to lead, industry and civil society to come together, which is why multi-stakeholder convenings that are not only state-led that drive AI governance and AI innovation are going to become even more of an imperative. one of the things that we did at the White House that was really important that I'll end on is making sure that more people from the ecosystem are around the table, small businesses, global majority countries, VCs, et cetera, because they all play a really important role. And I hope that as we move forward, even if that's not being driven at the state level, that that is a part of that multi-stakeholder dynamic.
Yeah, and thinking about multi-stakeholder involvement, especially internationally, I do want to pull in Nikhad. You and I were talking previously about how even well-intended trust and safety measures trying to protect women and women and minoritized genders can backfire and be repurposed. Can you add a little bit of color to those of us who are not as familiar as to what is happening across the world in this regard?
So it's very interesting for me to witness all of this, what is unfolding in the US, and because for us it's really not new. We have been raising alarms around tech facilitated gender-based violence for more than a decade now. In our context, we have seen how online violence has turned into offline harms against a woman and minorities, gender minorities. And I think what we have been telling for so long, now folks in the global north are actually experiencing. And I think it's a moment of opportunity for all of us. What we have been telling companies, governments, funders, that they really need to learn from global majority. From our context, what we have been experiencing for so long. And I think in terms of regulations also, for instance, I have been talking about how many governments around the world, especially from authoritarian context, are actually introducing laws that are not really there to protect women and minorities, because when they start talking about laws, they are like, we want to protect women and young girls in our countries, but the real intention is to censor speech and censor political speech. That's what we are experiencing at the moment. Even in South Asia right now, there's so many laws that a wave of like new laws to deal with deep fake and AI in the name of AI regulation, and those are really not good. So I think to be honest, I would advise everyone to actually just go back and see what we have been saying for so long in these spaces, because there is so much for everyone to learn, for all the stakeholders. And I would say I have seen many women. We have a cyber harassment helpline that we have been running for 7-8 years now in Pakistan, and now we address complaints from South Asia as well. And I have seen our complainants actually, committing suicide. When states fail them, when their families fail them, they are being killed in the name of honor because of intimate images. And sometimes they are not even intimate images. So I think there's so much that we can learn from each other. But at the same time, I think one call for action is that what is happening in the US is an eye-opening, but also what we expect from platforms is not just keep in mind US. Their users are global, like there is a global base, right? So think about users in every jurisdiction. So this is me as Digital Rights Foundation, but I also sit on Meta's oversight board, and I'll just say this out loud. In one of our cases, we actually gave a recommendation to Meta to label their AI-generated content. And because of one of our decision and our recommendation was implemented, right now 600 million pieces of AI-generated content is being labeled every month on Meta platforms. So we are also witnessing and watching as a board what these content policies change mean for us as well, and how we can sort of interpret those when we'll get cases. But I'll encourage people around the world to report to the board, because we are there as a watchers and not somebody who is there to please Meta and to hold them accountable.
Yeah, I definitely want us to pick up on when we talk about future solutions, the role that the public pressure campaigns can come in. Before that, I do want to touch upon regulation, because anytime we are talking about harms on the internet, companies are companies, and they're often, we have found that it takes regulation in order for them to make changes that might in the short term appear to not be in their best business interest. But as we've said, as Camille said, in the long term, from an advertiser perspective, it certainly is. And from a user perspective, it certainly is. But let's just take a moment. We are in France, we are in the EU. Alex, I know that your organization is based in DC, but also has a large presence in Brussels. Can you tell me a little bit more about, with the EU AI Act, how you think that is going to affect TFGBV specifically?
Yeah, and I think Nagat's point is a really important one, reminding companies that obviously the political expediency of this current moment in the US is not actually, doesn't reflect the entire global landscape or the long-term expectations of users and your long-term relationship, with your user base and earning their trust. In the EU, I mean, the main directive that really impacts this is actually the Digital Services Act. To speak, sometimes people are so focused on the AI Act, they overlook the value of the DSA in this space, which does have some important language around online gender-based violence. So companies are required to assess for their risks, and there will be a code of conduct that's developed that's going to be one of the next phases of implementation of the DSA around how that looks. One of the reasons why CDT has been excited about that is that it creates a nuanced moment to think through what does good look like from the companies. How do you balance those risks while continuing to respect the freedom of expression and other considerations that we were alluding to before? Blunt regulation in this space can be really difficult because it does involve speech harms. It does involve a risk of censoring people or over punishing people who sometimes may be sharing consensual images, or images generated by a child, for example, a teenager, that may not warrant the heightened penalties that some may sometimes call for. So nuance is required here in these delicate questions of online speech. And so we're looking to this next phase of DSA implementation to be a moment for that conversation. The other thing to note is that the EU did just pass last year their directive on gender-based violence. And so over the next 3 years, countries will be writing their laws to bring that directive into effect. So in the EU, there is going to be a really important moment in the coming years to drill down on this with very tangible, actionable work. We need to do it with human rights considerations as well as safety considerations at the table, but I think there's an important opportunity to do that.
Yeah. And, I'm kind of going through and thinking through all of the suggestions that have been named so far, as we want to transition to what can we do about this. Here we are gathered in the shadow of the AI Action Summit. And there are many problems with AI, or challenges or opportunities that members of the summit will be discussing. However, TFGBV may not be one of them. And so it's a call to action to everybody in this room, as well as those watching on the stream or watching it later on YouTube, to think through what are we currently empowered to do, and what can we work together to do that. And so just kind of echoing what you all have said so far, I'm thinking of, Nikat, you mentioning how the Oversight Board, which of course is a formal institution, was able to pressure for labeling of content. And that, Camille, you're also talking about pressuring consumers. We can vote with our dollars. Alex, I know you and I spoke previously about how can we find common ground? And I think also, Camille, you can come into this too, because this is a US focused example, though I'm sure the lessons can be applied elsewhere, but try to find common ground among people on different sides of the aisle for what should be no-brainers, what should be low-hanging fruit. Like why, for example, is a app that is designed to remove clothing from a person who didn't consent to it? Why is that available on the App Store? That's just one of many. But can both of you speak a little bit more of some opportunities, even in these dark times, that you see?
Yeah, there's some really specific ones exactly like that. And to their credit, a lot of the companies are thinking about this. They just need to continue being able to do it without it being politicized. So I think that's the thing that I'm most worried about, is that there's a chilling effect on really good common sense, trust and safety work. So the App Store, they already have policies not allowing nudify apps. They need to rigorously enforce those policies and be much more engaged on that than they have been already. We've seen the social media platforms, investigative reporter after investigative reporter has shown how easy and widely accessible the ads for these nudify apps are. That's a really easy intervention point. Ad policy, lesser protections than impacting people's speech. It's an ad. You can choose whether or not you run it on your platform. let's stop that intervention point. The generative AI companies are doing interesting work around output controls. So being able to do prompt refusal in terms of generating, working with their training data to make it less likely that they can be misused to generate these outputs. So there's kind of technical interventions there. And then, of course, a lot more work around detection and user reporting and user flagging. So here, photo hashing has been a really important innovation for NCII. Somebody can make a takedown request and it can then be propagated across many platforms. Generative AI makes that harder because it's easy to create many small variations on an image, but that's a technical problem. The field can be investing time and resources in that type of takedown mechanism and how we deal with that problem. And then the other area we've been really focused on is user reporting flows too. Right now, it is complicated to know how to take down this content. There's some good places. Stop NCII is one central spot, but not every company is using Stop NCII, and not everybody has the same reporting flows, and they're not always kind of trauma-informed reporting flows that really make someone feel safe as they try and get help for themselves. So again, some pretty common sense, low-hanging fruit where good people in the companies are doing this work. They just need to be empowered, encouraged, and not politicized as they do it.
Yeah, and I think that plays in nicely with something we've said earlier of like not falling into the narrative that caring about the safety of women, of marginalized genders as being woke, right? The ability to not have your image non-consensually spread, like why should that be considered woke? And we also talked about how a lot of trust and safety workers are not necessarily aligned with leadership's actions. That makes me think, Camille, again, as someone previously at a company in a TNS capacity, what do you see in terms of worker collectivization around this problem and pressuring companies? Where are some opportunities that you see there?
Yeah, I mean, there is an opportunity to root the work in data, although one of the problems is there's not a lot of data about how genders, especially minority genders, are targeted and the outcomes that they experience uniquely. That's something that we need to invest in more. But data is the way that tech companies speak. And so leveraging data to demonstrate the importance of the work and the opportunity for remediation is one way that tech workers can do it. Also, everybody has a mama. Everybody has a mama. And if you have a conversation at work with this in that light, rather than making it sound like something that is very, progressive
Academic,
or
social justice
exactly,
language.
I'm trying to protect my mother and my grandmother from this. I'm trying to protect my daughter. There is a way to have this conversation internally that can resonate with more people. And unfortunately, but also aligned to this cause, as more members of Congress, as more political figures in general are experiencing some of this gender-based violence, they are like incensed and motivated to do things about it. And that is on both sides of any aisle, right? And so there's an opportunity to leverage those examples also to advance internal policies, and tech workers are at the center of that. The other thing that's an opportunity is education more broadly. We've seen companies stepping into a more education role and separating it from this specific instantiation of online harm, but talking to the users, informing the users about the controls that are available to them, about their opportunity to make risk-based decisions about how they engage on platforms, on the safety and privacy levers inherent in a technology, like investing in that education piece and making it clear and very user-friendly. That UX piece is really important, making it easy. Even the like in-context reporting that we were just talking about is really important. I don't want to have to move from my workflow or move out of commenting on this thing to be able to report something that's inappropriate. So how do I make that happen in context? And making those changes outside of a specific conversation about gender-based violence or about any kind of online harm is a great way for tech workers to advance tools that help people feel safe and that help remediate this kind of harm.
Yeah, safety serves us all, not just groups that perhaps are not as politically popular among some people in power. Nikat, I wanted to turn to you. You said something that I really liked, which is that the majority world has been dealing with the downsides of these platforms for quite some time, have been working on it for quite some time and organizing on it. Could you perhaps, like, we are getting sort of towards the end of our time, but share a little bit more about this, and especially in this vein of us all talking about, all right, we can collectively pressure. What do you think about members of the global majority pressuring these companies, and how might that look?
So there are like lots of collectives in Latin America, South Asia, and I think they have been working with these companies. For instance, with Meta, they have trusted partners around the world, and these trusted partners, who are mostly CSOs, are basically asset for Meta, because they are bringing real, world experience and telling them what they can do better, like to make their platform safer for users. But maybe this is not relevant to this, but I want to shine a light on somebody who's sitting here. Her name is Theo. I don't know if she's here or not, but she's working with you guys in human intelligence, and she was at former Twitter. She worked with lots of groups in South Asia when she was there, and we were working about, like folks inside these companies. She literally saved lives, when people escalated content to her. And I think there are like lots of this experience is now, it's spread all over in the civil society organizations in global north, in others platforms as well. And I guess it's just, just give attention to what we are saying. We have been ignored for so long, in terms of what we have been sharing, in terms of our experiences. A lot of harm that people are now realizing in global north has already been identified. So just go back and see what we have said. We are here to work with you, but it's a lot of free labor that we have been giving for so long. So I think it's a real opportunity for us, while we are thinking about maybe overhauling this system or restructuring it, or telling these companies how they can, like work with all of us. Think about global majority. We are under-resourced, and we are exhausted, and we are burned out, and your fight has just started in the US. So maybe we all get thick together how we can push back authoritarian regimes. We have so much experience to tell you how we have done it.
Woohoo. I hope there will be a clinic after this, but everyone chip in for some wine for Nikat for that, so it's not free labor. One in France. All right. Well, this has been very illuminating for me, and I hope also for the rest of the audience. Before we do wrap, I guess we'll do a little bit like a lightning style. So this is not what we planned on working on, but just to put you on your toes. What, for the upcoming AI Action Summit, what is one particular thing that you would like to see come out of it? It can be related to TFGBV, but it also could be, a broader outcome.
So actually, exactly what Nikat was talking about. I hosted an event on the lead up to the summit, and hosting an event about this topic. But I think that the global majority must be a part of any governance and innovation plans that we have as a world, right? Like, as we are thinking about this, they have unique harms, they have a lot of experience. There is so much opportunity for innovation and excellence, and we need to make those investments. And I think that this summit uniquely, because of the expansion of the topics, there's an opportunity to have a conversation that is much more global and truly promotes the avenues for global collaboration. And so for me, I hope that the AI foundations and anything that comes out of this summit actually is truly global.
Oh, I already said it. So. It's just work together, work with us. We really need to see we should not leave anyone behind. When we say global majority, we're talking about majority world, and not just Europe and North America.
I think I have two. One is it is really easy just to follow the news headlines these days and follow the political winds and think that that is the thing that is going to dictate everything. And there are reasons to take the news seriously. But the overall picture that you get at events like this, in the setting of the summit tomorrow, and who is speaking and what they're speaking about, is that there is a need for governing AI systems, for companies to be them well, and for people to be able to trust them and adopt them. and that there is a business case for this work to move forward. There is a user case as well as a human rights case, and that is what the path of progress looks like, no matter what the political vagaries of the day say. And so that common sense thread of the many needs to prevail. The second thing is moving back now, I will pull it back to GBV and to this space of trust and safety. For a long time, that field has been evolving, but it had been the premise, the remit of a few, right? It was teams inside big tech companies. And the big movement, the progress that we've seen for going on a decade now, is the professionalization of this field. That trust and safety isn't just something we say aspirationally. It is literally a practice. It is a profession. It is a skill. There's a Trust and Safety Professionals Association. You can now study how to do this. One of the things that's going to be announced at the summit tomorrow is an initiative of open source trust and safety tools. And what I love about this is that it's the next phase in the professionalization, that this is no longer just if you are, the previous panel was saying, well, only the big companies have the resources to really do anti-terrorism work. We can build as a movement these tools. We can make it not contingent on whether one company is choosing to use that tool or not, but we can pull it out and start learning what those best practices are, start resourcing small and mid-sized social media platforms and other companies to be able to engage in trust and safety in a thoughtful way. And so the democratization moment is coming. It's taken a while, but it is coming. And so that announcement tomorrow, it's called the Roost Initiative, Robust, Open, Online Safety Tooling Initiative, announced tomorrow. I think it's just one good example of what creative leadership can look like in this space, and how, again, no matter what the political vagaries are, good old-fashioned like engineering and governance work can continue and prevail, and that we as a community can continue to do that together.
Yeah, I love that. Open fields instead of walled gardens, and we can all flourish there. And it actually does remind me, if you are interested in learning a little bit more about what Humane Intelligence has been up to, but what we're also wanting to do, it actually fits nicely within that in terms of trying to improve the user flow for a survivor or victim of IIA to be able to issue a platform takedown request, which in trust and safety lingo means take this image that belongs to me off your site. But yes, in more poetic terms, if we all do work together and not stay within the silos of these companies and show our collective power, hopefully we can, lead each other to a better world. So thank you so much, ladies. This was really, really inspiring for what can be a pretty dark topic. So thank you.
All right. I hope everyone enjoyed their break. We are going to be kicking off our next panel, which is discussing the theme of journalism and AI. So often a voice that doesn't get represented, even though they frame the conversations. So we're so happy to have a group of journalists and someone running an independent media organization talking to us about this theme. So take a seat if you can. If you need to step out for bathroom break or food or drinks, feel free to go downstairs. And thanks again for sticking with us during this marathon day.
All right, ready? All right. Hello. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and jump in, keep this moving quickly. My name is Mike Farrell. I'm the founder of a new nonprofit media company called Compiler. We actually have printed newspapers for everybody. So please grab one and take it with you. But we're not going to talk just about me. I'm curious. I know a lot of people work in media. There are other journalists in the news here as well. I'm curious to see a show of hands who works in journalism and media in some ways. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll be calling on you, Michael, a little bit later. Anyways, thanks for your attention. So we've got a great group of panelists here. They all know much more about AI than I do, so they'll be doing most of the talking. To my right is Elodie Viale. Close enough? Yeah. He's done so much. Worked with PEN America. You're a Berkman Klein associate. Affiliate. I'm not ever sure what they're called, but a lot on online abuse and harassment, protecting journalists, and that sort of thing. To her right is Shakil Hashim, who is the author of Transformer, which broke big news just yesterday about the Paris Summit statement, which we'll talk about. He's also the grants director at Tarbell, which is a really important organization granting funds to journalists to pursue big projects around AI. And next to him is Billy Prigo with Time, who's been covering AI for quite a bit. And so, yeah, we're just going to jump into it, talking about in context. I mean, we're all here on the sidelines of this big, massive summit. I think, as we saw from Shakil's piece, if you haven't read it, you definitely should read it and subscribe to Transformer. And also, a little bit underwhelming, I think, in terms of what the statement that was put out and I'm curious to know what, as journalists, and how you're covering this event, what you hope that will come out of it, and why we're all here. So, Elodie, since you're to my right, you get to go first.
Yes, thank you so much. As journalist, yes, this is, I would say, a milestone. I'm not really covering the event itself, but I'm here to, let's say, represent the voices of journalists being at the front line of attacks and facing the collateral damages of let's say this AI new area we are living in. So of course, the main expectation on my side is, and that it has been said several times throughout the previous panels, is to get to our voices heard, listened in this process, and to make sure that communities of users at risk are being involved in the development of AI systems at scale and from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, I think in an ideal world, this summit would be governments coming together to actually take action on some of the challenges that we face as a society. In practice, that is very clearly not what's happening. So for those of you who haven't read it, the leaked statement draft that countries are due to sign on Tuesday basically does absolutely nothing, which is nice. In reality, though, I think this is still a useful event to happen, in part to show the world the inaction of governments. I think that's important for people to see. And also because of events like these side events, I think, are what actually makes this Paris Summit valuable. So many interesting people, society, academia, industry, journalism. And I think these conversations are actually makes this valuable to allow us to come together and figure out how, if governments aren't going to act, what we can do about it.
Yeah, so I was at the Bletchley Park conference, I suppose 18 months ago now, and that was important on its own terms because it was the first time AI had really been discussed at the international level, and that risks had even at that event was minimal at best. Companies kind of made some voluntary commitments, and there was agreement to come back and keep discussing these things. At Seoul, there were some incremental improvements. Companies agreed to give to states, for example, and the lead up and the implication was at Paris, the so-called Action Summit, further action. The implication potentially being that there would be some kind of international agreements to enshrine in law the voluntary commitments that had previously been made. And yeah, if the document that Shaquille revealed turns out to be the final document, I think the summit would be a failure compared to those assumptions. There's still time, and of course, I speak as someone from an American news publication, so the biggest newsline for us will obviously be what JD Vance comes out and says. I think that's a real wild card, and it could kind of go either way. So yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Lots can change, but the early signs don't look promising.
Yeah. So speaking of Vance, I mean, where I'm from, Washington D.C., there's a lot going on, to say the least. I mean, we have a new president, Elon Musk, who's doing lots of things. And so I think that, we're in this really perilous moment with not just what's going on with AI, but what's going on with media and trust and perceptions and the spread of mis and disinformation online. I'm curious, as this is all swirling around you all, sitting there at your computers as journalists, how do you even choose to, what lens are you sort of covering AI through? I think would be interesting, because I think you each have a different lens you're sort of seeing this through. And I wonder if you could sort of talk through how you see your role amid the chaos to try to help, your audiences sort of sort through all of this.
Yeah, so when I'm doing journalism, I primarily view myself as writing for an audience of policymakers. That's who most of my subscribers are. And so when I'm thinking about what to cover, I'm mostly doing it through the lens of what do I think is important for policymakers to understand that they might not understand, or that they need to know that they don't know about. Which ends up being very broad, because I think if policymakers want to reckon with the moment we're in right now, they need to understand an awful lot, and they need to know an awful lot. And given the pace that things are moving at, it's very difficult for them. So I think I spend most of my time trying to help them extract some signal from all the noise, I guess. And yeah, try to redirect their focus, because otherwise they're just being led by the lobbyists who are talking to them every day and telling them what is and isn't important. And unsurprisingly, I think those lobbyists are often not giving policymakers quite the accurate impression.
Billy?
Yeah, so by contrast, Time obviously has a more generalist audience. So part of my job is to kind of understand what's happening at a technical level, what all of the tech companies and policymakers are talking about, and then kind of translate that into language that kind of sets the stakes appropriately for the general public to understand, because obviously the public does have a massive stake in this, and ultimately the policymakers are meant to be representing the will of the public anyway, at least in democracies. So yeah, it's hard, and as the world changes increasingly fast, it seems, you kind of need to make your own personal judgments based on what seems to be a real threat on real timelines. And I think increasingly I'm updating to kind of believe and reflect through my reporting that actually the risks that have for a long time been described as long-term, decades away risks might actually not be, and we should probably be taking them a lot more seriously.
Elodie, I know you've done a lot of work on protecting journalists. I mean, how are you thinking about this moment now? I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of harassment toward journalists. I think that's only going to escalate. Combined with AI, it seems like it's a disaster. How are you thinking about it?
Yes, it's a disaster indeed. I was a few days ago at a summit on editorial innovation for journalists in Paris, and we had like 300 francophone journalists in the room talking about AI and stuff. And for the first time, we start having different conversations. Folks who usually just let's say lead the newsroom, work on innovation. Now the topic is like. Okay, how are we going to build our resistance in this system? How and I like the fact that Nikat in the previous panel said people working in authoritarian regimes are used to face these kind of threats, and actually investigative journalists, they are used also to build these networks and these collaborative networks to when they need to face censorship and intimidation, and actually this is where we are now. And because it has been said today, there's a lot of rise of AI related threats, and actually it's more than what we can face right now. Of course, there's a lot of, and maybe I guess that during this discussion we're going to dig into all the opportunities and how AI can also help bridging a digital gap, and maybe help some productivity and stuff. But for now, regarding the current landscape, it's more like yes, a threat, and how do we cope with that, and how do we build this digital resilience and resistance?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. How newsrooms and media companies are beginning to use AI. I think that there's certainly a lot of experimentation going on. I think a lot of news companies, big companies, would like to reduce headcount with AI. I mean, we've seen that already. I know lots of journalism schools are all focused on not really how to report on AI abuses, but really how to utilize AI and how their students can utilize. So I'm curious to know all of your thoughts on what are the guardrails that should be in place? What are smart ways that journalists are using and should be using AI? And also we can get into how you guys are using it, and how time may even have some guidance around it. So Billy, why don't you jump in?
To my knowledge, we actually don't have any guidance around it. But yeah, I think I probably speak for both of us when I say AI is a useful tool in the journalist's playbook, if you like. I am personally a fan of Claude 3.5. It's a useful tool for not, and I emphasize not, information retrieval. It's not a search engine. It's not helpful for that kind of stuff. If you rely on it for that, you will make an embarrassing mistake and probably get fired. And beyond that, even now that tools like OpenAI's deep research or whatever it's called exist, I would caution against people relying too heavily on things like that. I think that's probably a losing battle. But ultimately, I think the important thing that you need as a journalist is media literacy, knowing where information comes from and knowing how to evaluate what information is reliable, what information is not reliable. And as the world begins to rely more and more on tools like deep research and Claude, you're kind of implicitly trusting the machine gods to tell you truthful information. And maybe it's approaching 90% accuracy, 95% accuracy, but the kind of way that it gets to so-called facts, it's more like it correlates with what facts are rather than causes what facts are. I feel like maybe that's a bad analogy.
Yeah,
but
I mean, could you imagine a future newsroom in which they're mostly filled with AI assistants with just human kind of oversight, producing, which seems terrifying, but that seems to be maybe we're going toward that. How do we guard against that sort of thing?
I could certainly imagine a newsroom this year where junior reporters are given a large language model and told publish 5, 7, 10 stories per day. That becomes possible if you have a model that can basically turn facts into prose while not plagiarizing someone. And the kind of the ugly reality of the news industry is like a lot of that is actually how news gets churned out anyway, just by humans rather than by AIs, and that's not good. Junior reporters should be encouraged to go out on their beats, talk to people, write original reporting, and the incentives that are baked into our online social media ecosystem are such that it's more profitable to tell people, go away, rewrite other people's reporting, sensationalize it a little bit and get clicks. And so, yes, AI could very feasibly, especially if people at the top of newsrooms make bad short-sighted decisions, lead to journalism times 100. At the same time, I don't think the actual task of reporting, which is convincing people in
tell you things they don't want to tell you.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's going to remain a human.
AI can't do that yet.
Not yet, and I would struggle to see it happening this year at least. But then people have been wrong about their timelines before.
Shaquille, what are you seeing on this front?
So yeah, I mean, as an independent journalist, I can kind of come up with my own policies for how I want to use AI tools. And I do use them quite extensively. As I think you're alluding to, Claude is really, really useful as a editor. I mean, I'm by myself. I don't have anyone else on my team. Everyone needs an editor. Claude is a free way for me to have one. And I find that very helpful. I also find it really helpful for building applications. I think journalists in general aren't particularly like code literate. I'm certainly not. But it turns out if you know how to code, you can make all sorts of useful applications to make your life easier. And Claude and other tools now give you the ability to code anything you like. So for instance, for my newsletter, that's typically written by me going through 150 articles a week. It's very slow and long. So I asked Claude to develop an app for me that can take all the tabs I have open, download the text from all those tabs, give all that text back to Claude. Claude summarizes them, and then I can read over the summaries rather than read the full text of each one of those 150 articles, which just makes my whole process much easier. And I couldn't have built that app without AI tools. And I think probably more journalists should be experimenting with using AI tools to develop their own applications. I've talked to some people who use them for like transcription. Yeah.
Fuzzy search is a really helpful one. Upload a 150-page PDF and be like, what does this say about X that I'm writing about? And if it includes it, it'll tell you the page it's on. If not, then you can carry on, look somewhere else, not waste your time.
Yeah, actually, if we consider all the journalistic supply chain, I would say producing, collecting information, producing, distributing information, AI can be super helpful at every step. And we know that, of course, for productivity, summarizing, and also we've tasted among the journalistic community a lot of things for creativity and stuff. I think there will be a rise also of, if I can say so, journalism without the GMO, fair trade journalism certified with no AI. There's a rising trend also in the profession, maybe in the French landscape, on this. And some colleagues, for instance, in Switzerland, tested tools based on user needs model. Like if you have one idea of article, you can get 10 out of this idea of this word or this topic, this prompt, you can get 10 ideas if you want to inspire the reader, if you want to alert, if you want to do this or that, and based on the emotional response you want to get in real time from the reader. So a lot of newsrooms are testing very interesting stuff. Now my focus, I used to be a web journalism, we said at this time, lecturer. Now I'm more focusing on protection of journalists. So I would say there's a lot of good stuff in terms of AI tools to protect also from hate speech. I think it has been also said this afternoon, but for journalists, some newsroom, for instance, use, if I can take a French example, France Télévisions, they use the Bodyguard, which is a tool that we can, and we can use it to monitor harassment against journalists in real time, also mitigate this in real time, and get insight of what kind of harassment is it, also to document the cases. So there's a lot of opportunities. I think for all newsroom, what can be very interesting is also to implement some AI principle charter. And my former colleagues from Reporters Without Borders, they published AI principles for newsroom as well, that can also inspire all the newsrooms, all content creators as well, looking for guidelines now.
So just to play devil's advocate here, the more we adopt AI as journalists, aren't we just leading to our own extinction? I mean, you're opening the door sort of wider and wider. I mean, I know journalists now who have basically trained their AI assistants on their entire catalog of work using Claude as well. So I don't know. What do you have to say? I mean, are we on a slippery slope here with the use of AI in media?
I think that's probably more true for a profession like computer science and coding, where you're essentially all you're doing is, well, not to denigrate coding, but turning instructions that your manager has given you into code. Whereas journalism is more you're engaging with inputs from the world, which, by the way, aren't inputs that have trained the large language model, because by its very nature, it's from today or yesterday, and the model has a 6 months previously, it hasn't seen anything. So actually, it can't serve as an edit. It can serve as a sub-editor, which is what Shaquille was talking about, but it can't do the task of creative journalistic thinking or creative editorial thinking, which, as you know, is thinking about what's happened in the recent past and thinking, where does that lead us? What are the criticisms to the things that have just been said? How can we move this forward? How can we show that there are problems with this approach, etc.? Who can we talk to? Who can, call this person an idiot? Like that kind of stuff. Maybe they'll find a way to recursively update these large language models so that they do include those kinds of things. But at the moment, they can't.
And how are you thinking in context of would you do the same with DeepSeek, for instance? And what and how conscious of you are, like, and when you're using AI tools, who's developing them?
I mean, I personally, I don't know. I think a lot of the discussion of DeepSeek has been very misguided and misinformed. If we're talking about misinformation, I think, sure, if you're using DeepSeek via the DeepSeek chat interface, maybe you want to be a bit more careful. We don't know where your chat logs are going, but DeepSeek R1 and B3 is the other one, are both open weight models that can be run anywhere. You can run them yourself on your computer. And if you're doing that, your data isn't going anywhere. And also all of the stuff about the Chinese censorship, when answer questions about Tiananmen Square, none of that applies either if you're running it locally, or using it via Perplexity or one of those other tools, Poe, things like that. So I think there isn't much risk. Mostly I would just encourage journalists to use the best model, which I think is Claude still, but that will almost certainly change.
So, like, if I were reporting a story based on anonymous sourcing at Anthropic, I wouldn't ask Claude to edit that story or tell anything about it, because the information is going to Anthropic servers. Same with ChatGPT, OpenAI, which is why I don't really use GPT. But like, if I were busy fomenting a rebellion against China, I probably wouldn't use DeepSeek to plan it. So it's a kind of like you need to do threat modeling in the same way that you would in terms of browsing the internet. Like, what websites are you visiting as part of your reporting? How can you ensure that the owners of those websites, if they have an incentive to come and get you, can't do that?
Just want to Yeah, I just want to plus one on this. You have to do threat modeling exercise every time you use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and so on. And this is exactly the kind of advice we provide to journalists and human rights defenders, for instance, when they ask us, what VPN should I use? And every time they don't like the answer because we say, it depends. It depends on who we are, who you are, who are your adversaries, and what are the kind of information you're working on, and what can your adversaries can do against you, and so on. So I wouldn't try to provide a clear answer on that. I would say do the threat model exercise.
So we've got just a couple of minutes left. We won't have time for questions, but we'll be around here afterwards. I mean, there's a lot to talk about. We haven't even really, we're just scratching the surface around AI and journalism, but I do want to end. I gave everyone an assignment to come up with a prediction of how AI is going to change journalism. And if you didn't see that, just, you can make something up on them. But Elodie, you want to go first and then go down the line?
All right. I just gave my prediction. I think there will be a rise of journalism without GMO, without AI, this kind of stuff. But my prediction is it's time to organize the resistance. And journalists, they are at the front line of the attacks. And they've been at the forefront of the front line, I would say, for years. And it has been said previously by Nigat, folks who have been at the front line of these attacks, they know how to deal with that. And I would say it's the same with journalists. We are used to face intimidation, if I can say. We are used to face pressure and legal threats as well. And this is the kind of conversation we've been having also with coalitions of independent tech researchers in the US, civil society organizations. And I feel it's time for all these communities who share values to come together and to say, okay, what can you do? What can I do? Because this is how we fight censorship also as journalists. If you try to do an investigation on your own, it's going to be very complicated when you face pressure. But that's why we build networks of investigative journalists, because then if you want to attack a journalist, you have to attack all the journalists. And these folks like Forbidden Stories and others, they've led this work for years. So I would say it's maybe not what will happen in the future, but a positive thing that could happen is to build all these networks together. And yes, to build this resistance.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't know if this is a prediction as much as it is a hope, but what I hope happens in the next year is that the media starts taking AI capability advances much more seriously than it currently does. I think at the moment and I get this because journalists are taught to be skeptical of things. And so when you've got the CEO of AI companies saying we're going to have AI by 2027, journalists are taught to be dismissive of that, and they are skeptical of it. And I think that's fair. But I also think that there's a very good chance that these CEOs might be right. And if they are right, we are not in any way prepared as a society. And we need to get prepared. And I think journalism will play a really important role in raising public awareness about this, motivating policymakers to act. And I guess this is somewhat of a prediction, because I think it's going to become increasingly hard to be skeptical of capability advances. I think even in the past 2 weeks, we've seen models that are incredibly powerful, so much more powerful than anything we've seen before. There are clearly a whole bunch of new models coming out later this year that I think are going to really blow people's minds. And my hope and expectation is that journalists will rise to the occasion.
Hey, Billy, you've got the last word.
Yeah. Mine was going to be a bit more pessimistic, sorry. I think it'll get worse for journalism before it gets better, partially based on what I was saying earlier about how the economic pressures on journalism are not great. And the introduction of AI into the newsroom is probably, I would have thought, going to take the form of increasing churn and increasing noise and making it equally difficult. It's not going to help journalists actually do the task of finding new information. But what I would probably end on is, if we survive the next 5 years, it might actually be good for journalism, because in a world of AI slop, where the internet is full of agents that you can't trust, the news organizations that survive will be one of the kind of few places online where you know that you're getting reliable, well-reported material. That's if, by the way, those newsrooms implement their uses of AI in a responsible way and don't make any embarrassing mistakes.
All right, well, that was pretty pessimistic. Maybe the next panel will bring some hope to the room. Again, thanks for your attention. I do have copies of Compiler. Come get them, talk to all of us afterwards. And thanks again, thanks for coming. And thanks, Theo.
Thanks, Mike.
And don't go anywhere, because we're excited to welcome our final panelists to the stage. So if you have to take the bathroom break, please feel free to, but we have one final panel, and it's on investing in AI. So very exciting panel, very timely in today's geopolitical moment. So we're bringing our panelists on stage. Kara, can you sit here, actually? Because I've got my name cards in order, and you're first. And can you just hold? You're good, you're good. How do you... Great. Chris, can you... Yeah.
Okay.
Just because I have you guys listed in a certain order.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which?
Well.
Where do you want me? Oh, God. Okay. All right.
And remember, succinct is the name of the game.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
We got you. 30 minutes. We got you. All right. So thank you all for sticking with us the whole day. We really appreciate it. We are going to kick off our 6th and last panel of the day. So this is the final event of AI and Society House. And I am so pleased to welcome a very illustrious and enthusiastic group of panelists who will introduce themselves, but I'll just start by giving their names and their roles. And yes, we're pleased to welcome Kara Franson, Program Officer at Heising Simons Foundation, Martin Hullen, Director at Bertelsmann Stiftung, and I practiced that a few times. I hope I got it right. I had a German friend tell me how to pronounce. Actually, I had 2 Germans tell me how to pronounce it. Dorothy Chow, an AI angel investor, and also the Director of Policy and Public Engagement at Google DeepMind. Eric Svensson, the CEO at the Impact Platform by Catapult. And last but certainly not least, Chris Jurgens, Senior Director at Omidyar Network. So would you like to just start by telling us a little bit about who you are, or brief intros? And here's a microphone.
It's Kara Franson. I work on the Tech and Society Fund of the Heising Simons Foundation. We're in San Francisco, more specifically in Silicon Valley. And we've been funding in this area. This is our 3rd year of funding. I kind of came from intersection of policy and philanthropy. And so tech is also a new category for me, but as a generalist and as a grant maker, it's very, very much a high priority for our foundation.
Yeah, Martin Hullen from the Bertelsmann Stiftung. We are Weird Cookie. We are operating foundation. So we have an endowment, but we are also one of the biggest think tanks in Europe, actually, working on digital topics. And I have come from the policy side in renewable energy and sustainability. Originally building multi-stakeholder bodies, but also was a tech entrepreneur before. And now we could connect the best of both worlds, because there's some echoes and some learnings that we are now reapplying in that sector as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dorothy, and I've spent about 20 years in the tech industry now doing tech policy work, starting with internet policy early on in Washington, D.C., all the way through being in Silicon Valley and the sharing economy. and now spent the past 7.5 years at Google DeepMind. And as Theo was saying, in my spare time, I spend time angel investing, specifically in activating undervalued markets by working with overlooked founders.
Awesome. I'm Eric Svensson. I am someone who spent 2/3 of my life building and scaling companies, technologist at heart. 1/3 of my life trying to save 200-year-old companies. Decided let's go the other path. Let's build the future instead. I'm working for Catapult, one of the original kind of impact investors out of the Nordics. We have a foundation, we have an annual kind of event called the Catapult Future Fest, and we have a number of investment vehicles. So we've invested in about 200 sort of impacts, technology impact startups, including a number of unicorns, etc. We're sort of now moving into the AI space as well. So that's one of our new focus areas.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Juergens. I'm a senior director at Ometeor Network. We are a philanthropy and impact investing firm based out of Silicon Valley that has responsible technology as our core mission. We focus on 3 drivers of shaping our digital future: the culture of tech, policy and the governance of tech, and the business of tech. Under that last pillar, I lead a portfolio focused on responsible tech investing and responsible governance in tech. On the philanthropic side, we're running a portfolio focused on how do we advance responsible technology investing practices across venture capital and other asset classes. And on the investing side, I'm working with our CEO, Mike Kubzansky, on setting up a new responsible tech investing fund focused on AI infrastructure companies with a strong responsibility thesis.
Well, thank you all. So as you can see, we have a very impressive panel. My first question is about setting the stage. So a lot has been happening in recent days and months and recent years. Can you tell us a little bit about the trends that you're observing in this space, or some of the challenges that are impacting how you're viewing the work that you're doing? And Kara, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I think we sort of switched gears pretty quickly when we understood the outcome of the elections. And one thing is we wanted to stay in the legislative and regulatory space. And so kind of set our eyes onto the state level work in the US, and found there's actually quite a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of underdeveloped networks and connections. And so we're looking at different states: Colorado, Connecticut, Maryland, California. Colorado passed the first kind of sweeping AI bill. It was sort of passed with the promise to be revised, which is happening right now. And so we know there's opportunity to move regulation and legislation at the state level. The challenge is technical expertise. So if any of you tracked the California bill, that bill was actually drafted by a fellow who had a background in biology. And so we've just seen a real lack of expertise at local and state level government, although that is quickly changing. So we've been looking at opportunities to fund, kind of channel expertise into government so that those decisions are made with a lot of insight. And then also looking to support civil society groups that are educating legislators. Alex at CDT is one of them, and a conversation we recently had was around mapping and how do we understand kind of the constituents that legislators are listening to, and tap into those groups to have their voices be heard about what their concerns are around AI. So it's a real opportunity to kind of tap into that ground level and bring that information to legislators who are not beholden right now specifically to the federal narrative.
Yeah, so from our perspective, when looking at the trends we are observing currently, I mean, we are coming out of 5 years of regulatory activity on the Commission level in Europe, which of course brought us the AI Act, the DSA, and many other quite powerful tools. But at the same time, there's this rough awakening in Europe, also after the outcome of the elections, that firstly, it's all about implementation of these regulatory frameworks. And secondly, you cannot regulate yourself out of also, the competition challenge right now. And there is this realization that there is also the underbelly, so to speak, of the public interest AI stack. So really the infrastructural perspective again of what would enable also the type of scale of trust and safety tools, responsible behavior, incentivization structures, really, and quite some interesting developments there. But that leads me over to the challenges that I'm seeing in this regard. We are still missing also even a mental model of what we are trying to describe there, even from a European point of view. And it's almost kind of, a paradigm that's positioned right now in between the American paradigm that we are very familiar with, the innovation paradigm, so the state monopolistic one that's coming out of China, with also, the results that we are seeing that are quite competitive. And a challenge, but also an opportunity for them later to see how we actually make this a little bit more tangible, not only for decision makers, but also through a discussion with, a much wider array also of citizens within the continent and outside that would like to have value aligned also public interest AI. And we don't feel the narrative is currently clear to everybody.
So I started doing angel investing for two specific reasons that feed into each other. The first is that as I was working in AI, I was thinking we are promising all these advancements in health, energy, education, housing, transportation, all these fields that are public interest areas that we all care about, but I don't think that's happening fast enough. So that was the first thought I had. And why is that happening? The second thought I had was that I don't think the AI industry as it stands today is reflective of society as a whole. So those things feed into each other, because when it comes to AI and which problems are selected to be addressed with AI first, that has a direct impact based on who's working there and who's making those decisions. And so in my mind, it was really important to get more people into the field who were representative of society making those decisions together. And the best way to do that is to support founders who were historically underserved. I will also tell you that I have enough colleagues who've left Google DeepMind, who've started their own companies, that when the male colleagues leave and have just one sentence on a computer screen, they get millions of dollars. And when senior women who are coming from technical leadership roles, so with the same exact credentials, go out and raise for something that they personally care about, such as mental health, using AI to address mental health in some capacity, they come back to DeepMind because they can't get the funding. And that is a total travesty to me. I think in the UK, the number is 0.3% of AI companies founded in the past decade were founded by women, were funded by VC. 0.3, not 3. So that's a huge problem. And I think a lot about how do you choose the right problems to address. 3 things we think about at Google DeepMind that I think are important, because not every problem can be fixed with AI. The first is there a strong high fidelity data set like the protein data bank that we use to build AlphaFold, which is our Nobel-winning system? The second is there a huge combinatorial space that you can go through to find that answer of highly complex problems that we need to be able to surf through a huge data set for answers in different combinations? And the third is there a third-party validated benchmark that you can test your optimizations against? Because you can't decide on your own as a lab, this is what good looks like. It has to be validated by an external community, which is what we had in biology, which is a really interesting area. So when I think about problem selection, it's not clear to me that the selfie apps that we're getting with a quick buck in VC are at all close to what kind of transformation we want to see. And that's what I would love to see shift in the next few years.
All right, I have the pleasure of going after these amazing people, so I can sort of harken back to that. There's kind of 3 things that matters a lot to us at Catapult. The first sort of trend is all the challenges coming with the rapid developments in AI. We like to see it more as an opportunity than a challenge, but that requires sort of action and a lot of attention. The last couple of days have been kind of made this super clear. We've been working now with a bunch of foundations, other types of money. There's not pure sort of VC money. And there's a very clear sort of alignment on the challenges, but there's also a kind of a bit of a paralysis in terms of what exactly to do. And we don't really have that much of a window of opportunity to engage. So that becomes our mission very, very clearly. The second trend is around the change of VC. We're someone who's done a lot of early stage investments, most of them in very diverse founders, including founders in emerging markets. And that's something we're building on. We see that the VC landscape is changing. We want to do rapid niche kind of micro funds. That's one of our responses. That means you can raise the fund quickly, you can deploy it quickly, and you can move through quickly in a time of uncertainty. So that's something we're embracing. We're doing that by incorporating AI tooling in our own operations, leveraging whatever is like an efficient way of running funds. And we're also then focusing on deploying domain experts as fund managers rather than, let's say, traditional fund managers. So that's one of our direct responses to that. The third trend we're seeing, which is very actionable to us, is exactly what Dorothy kind of mentioned. Lots of emerging founders, people starting companies, both within sort of, let's say, AI sort of governance, AI transparency, end-to-end monitoring, like these sort of things, where we can turn our mind from being kind of reactive and sitting like, oh, what the hell do we do about this, to kind of intervening, and at least in some of the deployments of these technologies, especially where enterprises and companies are taking these technology into use. It's a lot more realistic, we think, to intervene in that deployment rather than to challenge all the, let's say, foundational models and how they are sort of developing. So these are kind of the three things we're sort of acting on.
Yeah, all these trends resonate. Let me share a few additional ones from where we sit in the responsible AI investing market. First, on the LP side, we've been out in the market a lot talking to LPs as we seek to raise this new responsible AI fund. We've encouragingly seen really strong demand for a fund thesis that marries a focus on core AI infrastructure, LLM compute, a really high bar on sustainability, safety, responsibility as a screen, and a focus on top-tier market returns. On the other hand, talking to LPs, we see it's very early for most in thinking about responsible technology as a responsible investing issues. Most LPs purely think about the alpha side of things, but we think it needs to be a responsible investing issue, much like climate is, or workers' rights. And a survey is coming out this week from our friends at Venture ESG and Project Liberty that says only 19% of LPs think they have the capabilities and expertise to do responsible tech investing, compared to 75% who think they're good at ESG investing in general. So we see a huge gap and opportunity to address that gap, to move that other 60% of LPs into adopting TEP as a lens in their ESG and responsible investing. Then looking downstream at the investment opportunity side of things, a few things we're tracking and looking at as we build out our portfolio. One is opportunities in assurance tech, business models for reg tech, bias detection, other trust and safety solutions. Second, looking at responsibility in the context of agentic AI, so trust and safety solutions, particularly in high-risk sectors like healthcare and financial services. And another thing we're really interested in tracking is data compensatory mechanisms and way data content creators and providers can get compensated when their data is used in training models, and what are new ways to scale up that.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing this robust list of challenges and some initial recommendations as well. Now, I'd like to turn us more fully to the conversation of opportunities and solutions. So what are some of the key solutions that you all envision that strategic investing can make to drive positive societal impact? And Kara, again, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, I think another area we're looking at is nonprofits that are starting to integrate technology into their work. So using AI to advance their mission. And that just came from a place of curiosity, our foundation trying to understand, especially because we have different program areas. So we fund in human rights, climate change, planetary sciences, and early childhood education. And so we really wanted to understand, grantees in those portfolios. At what point are they going to be intersecting with this technology? Are they ready to use the technology to advance their missions? Currently, we're with a list of a lot of infrastructure needs to get to a point where civil society is ready to integrate with technology and developers. So we're looking at, how do you build those bridges between technologists, civil society, social scientists, people with the lived experiences, and communicate that text to developers that are trained very, very differently. The other thing is just educating philanthropy in general. As probably many of you know, if you've fundraised with foundations, we move very, very, very slow, and that doesn't really fit the model we're all talking about today. So at our foundation, we have a number of colleagues who've been in the tech space for a long time. They've been funding exclusively in technology, where we sort of represent a sizable foundation. We're a family foundation that funds in program areas, and we're just trying tech for the first time. And so internally, we're talking about how do we educate and communicate what we're doing to our colleagues? How do we bring other grant makers on board? And so I think that's an area that we all are asking from, the field, like, help us, educate us. This is not our background, unless, it's a foundation with a deep tech experience. And then just back to preparing civil society for more of like a launch ready, let's go integrate tech. Big questions, just like channels to accessing community voice, other infrastructure things like compute time and data sets. And I mean, everything that industry has been working on for a long time, standardizing data. That's something that we are now working on. And so we're just seeing a big opportunity to prepare civil society better to take advantage of these advancements.
Yes, from our side, it's a combination really of strategic de-risking, showcasing, and overall storytelling. Because again, as an operating foundation, I think we're not perceived as risk capital, but on many levels we are, because we actually can do things that others would have to fundraise for, would have to get legitimacy for, and cannot move as fast as we dare. But it's actually contrary to the conservative setup of many foundations and endowments. So it's a little bit of a paradox of trying to do it. We dare doing it as long as, until somebody hits us on the hands, so to speak. And to give a few examples of the de-risking aspect. So we do this quite strategically in the sense of trying to pilot certain solutions that we believe would then actually unlock additional funding coming in after. A very concrete example is something we called Kita Match in German, so it's nursery match. So it was a transparent algorithm to solve the issue of very limited space for nurseries in Germany, to enable especially women to keep staying in the workforce. And there was huge mistrust after a lot of misuse, of course, of these types of algorithmic recommendation systems to adopt something like this, even on a country scale. But we developed a full transparent mechanism, involved hundreds of people developing it, and then basically made it a public good and made it available for others to then implement and utilize, and kind of they benefit from the de-risking kind of aspect. Showcasing is something that we do, again, very consciously, on throwing a spotlight on what we believe are wonderful other examples of responsible AI uses outside of AlphaFold, because we do this all the time. Everybody goes to AlphaFold saying like, wow, look at this. But there are thousands, tens of thousands of examples that are still in the seed stage that people are not aware of. But I think that would capture, emotional imagination, which leads me then over again to the storytelling aspect, where I think that's part of what we are also trying to do when we convene other funders or also investors together, to then align us, at least through storytelling and the terminologies that we use, so that we also capture, the hearts and minds of people through the story that we hope responsible AI can also be told through, which is diverse. Yeah.
So I believe that how you invest shows what you believe about the future and whether things should change or if they should stay the same on some level. And one of the things I think needs to change is the fact that today, the way VC works, founders are forced to build for early adopters who can pay, because that's the system that you're in. But if procurement, and I really believe in public-private partnerships, if procurement was easier, especially on the local levels where you're doing public service delivery on a regular basis, it would just be such a transformative shift for founders to have to start building for everyone, not just the early adopters who can pay. And I'd really love to see this change. I have a few examples, which is one company that I invested in called Justice Text, coming out of the US, actually works in partnership with public defenders' offices across multiple states so that they can better comb through police body camera footage in order to provide better defense and also like better justice outcomes. Another is a group called Reflex AI, and they are coming out of the Trevor Project in the US. And if you're not familiar, it is the main LGBTQ suicide prevention hotline. What they've done is not replace suicide hotline calls with AI, But what they realized is that they had a huge backlog of volunteers and not enough people to train them. And the truth is that training is incredibly emotionally intensive for the trainers. And so there's a lot of breaks in between. And turns out you can actually do a lot of simulations with an AI system that is fine-tuned for that specific purpose to train people. And you can give them empathy scores, make different suggestions, and do things. So they've actually now taken a grant from google.org to build out their entire system for veterans as well and suicide prevention, and are now moving into 911. They're in their Series B. And I just think about these types of companies as the ones that are going to make the biggest difference on the widest range of levels. On top of that, I just think there's a missed opportunity because government contracts don't fluctuate with the market. Actually, government needs to function even more when the economy is not doing well. So there's a huge opportunity there that we just haven't quite figured out, where I do think a lot of these technologies already exist, but somehow aren't making it to public benefit. And I'd love to see that happen. And if you're in the policy space like I am, that's something I'd love to work together on.
Cool. How can we beat that? So we're coming from a sort of place of action. So we're someone who puts money, talent, and so on behind talented founders. We already work with a number of kind of deep tech founders and AI sort of native kind of startups. And we're increasing our focus on people engaging in the kind of pure sort of AI, like the challenges of the rollout of AI at the moment. That's one of the things we feel is actionable and where the window of opportunity is relatively short, like to get some action there. So we see all these amazing sort of founders coming up with great ideas. Our sort of operation is based around scouting for intentionality, assessing impact. We run our sort of startups through more than 100 hours of impact assessment, impact kind of strategy, impact measurements. We even force them to quantify their impact kind of thing. So this is sort of what we do. We're now applying this sort of further in the AI space. We're doing this in collaboration with Raman Chowdhury as well. So that is sort of our direct response to the challenge, and where we see that there is opportunity. On a personal level, I'm already engaged with a number of AI kind of companies. One that solves very fundamental issues with the healthcare in Europe through the use of AI. Some of them come from Google, some of them come from kind of Babylon Health, which is maybe a mixed story in Europe, I guess. But these type of people who have very clear intentions, very clear sort of mission, and some of them, like the healthcare company, has an explicit strategy of exiting to the public as well. So, for example, forking off their code base to a government. These type of things. So these are the kind of things we are scouting and screening for. And concretely, we are looking for, let's say, small kind of ecosystem players who can intervene in the rollouts of kind of grander AI and LLMs, etc., so that we can start altering the landscape. So this is within AI security, which is a huge and kind of topic in itself, but also in AI transparency, monitoring, and these sort of things. So basically taking a sort of proactive approach to the appliance of AI, rather than to sit back and be concerned about what's happening. So that's our sort of concrete response to it and the opportunity we see. The last couple of days has inspired us on a more philosophical level as well. We have a foundation who spends a great deal of time on system change and so forth. And actually bridging that with some more audacious kind of European initiatives is also kind of on the table. We'll return to that a bit later. And in the meantime, we're doing kind of small but important steps where we can.
All right, I get the hard job batting cleanup after all the other great perspectives. But a few additional thoughts on how we think responsible tech investing can advance us towards the digital future we want, and instead of being pushing against it. I think first, to really shift in venture, we have to demonstrate the business case that responsible AI, taking the high road, is consistent with value creation, is a competitive advantage and not a barrier to it. And that's one of the primary reasons we're setting up this fund, is to show that these are the companies that are going to win in the long run, that have higher standards on transparency, safety, and responsibility. Second, we think we need to bring more market actors into the right side of the policy and regulatory debates. And so in addition to the fund, we're going to set up a policy vehicle in the US, where we think it's particularly important to have voices from founders, from GPs, from LPs, calling for responsible regulation, that you can have innovative and dynamic markets with appropriate safeguards to counter some of the other voices from Silicon Valley who aren't carrying that narrative, and agree to the importance of overall narrative and storytelling that you cited earlier. And that third, this idea of how do we make responsible technology a core responsible investing issue, learning from what the climate finance movement has done really successfully over the past 10, 15 years, where climate considerations are now integrated into everything from sourcing to due diligence to how LPs engage their portfolio companies in both public and private markets. And there's an entire infrastructure for investors in place to integrate climate considerations into how they do business. We need the same thing for tech, but we need to do it much, much faster given the pace of technology movement. And I think that there's lots we can learn from, and already working with a number of asset owners, asset managers, investor networks, and responsible AI organizations on how do we build that infrastructure. So.
We are at time, but we can hopefully walk slowly out so that you can ask questions of our incredible panelists. So please join me in thanking our panelists, and thank you for coming and joining us today. We are so grateful. Have a wonderful evening.